Can you pull up an image of it? It's very strange. They found a map that shows this list of kings on the grave, the Sumerian kings, like 40,000 years, 30,000 years, and then there's the Great Flood. And then after the Great Flood, 50 years, they run for 40 years. All of the post-flood kings that shows this list of kings and the Sumerian kings list. Some of the kings reigned 1,000 years, and then there's the Great Flood. And then after the flood is like 50 years, they run for 40. But all of the kings are correct. They resonate with other historical texts. But pre-flood is real weird. What are you talking about? 40,000 years? Are you just making it up? Is it just a myth? And why is that also in the Bible? Like, why was Noah like 600 years old? Can you pull up an image of it? It's very strange. They found a tablet that shows this list of kings and how long they reigned. The Sumerian kings list. Some of these kings reigned for like 40,000 years, 30,000 years, and then there's the Great Flood. And then after the Great Flood is like 50 years. They run for 40 years. But all of the kings are correctly rested. massive backlash. But that was just a fraction of the problems that they ran into this year, because after that, a former winner, Alicia Machado, was criticized for making a racist comment towards the director, calling him that despicable Chinese. Now, when someone in the chat said he's not Chinese, he's actually Thai, Alicia said, and I quote, "Chinese, Thai, Korean, to me, all these people with slanted eyes like this are Chinese," while pulling the corner of an eye. It's getting insane. Miss Israel got a wave of death threats, and even threats that I can't even mention in this video, after a clip of her went viral, seemingly giving Miss Palestine crazy side-eye. She then had to come out and deny these claims, saying that the footage was cropped and taken from a distorted angle. She was actually standing behind her, not next to her, and she said that she did not look at Miss Palestine with any hostility. Miss Jamaica had to be put on a stretcher and rushed to the hospital after falling off the stage during one of the walks. And then just a couple of days after the winner was set to be announced, two of the judges of the competition probably stepped down, with one of them accusing the pageant of being raped. In fact, the Miss Universe organization used even five reporters about these raping allegations while you were standing next to the winner from Mexico. Imagine how awkward that would be as the winner, when everyone's just talking about it being raped, specifically about how you look. That's wild. Now, in the end, Thailand was runner-up, Venezuela, Philippines, and the Ivory Coast also making the top 5. The question is, what do you guys think? Do you think that Mexico deserved to win? Not? Let me know in the comments. Not. Okay, the next bizarre headlines that we need to address. Ready? Adolf Hitler is about to win an election in 2025, and J.D. Vance was just sentenced to 2 years in prison. Both of them are technically true. Let's talk about the mustache man. So Adolf Hitler, and that's his full name, is a Canadian politician who is running for councillor at his local city. However, despite what you may think, his name has not harmed his political career at all, because he's been continuously elected for the past 20 years, and yet again this year, he's expected to win the election, which is later this month. Now, I can already feel all the comments. Why would his parents name him Adolf Hitler? My name, yo. Sorry. What are the chances of this? Now, Adolf explains that his father most likely didn't understand its actual connotation, but it's true. And that in Namibia, if parents to make their children well-known figures, and Namibia was a former German colony, so a lot of people had German names in the country. But he said that growing up, no one even really cared about his name, that he has no plans to change it either. Wild story, huh? Well, let's get to J.D. Vance, and also get ready for some J.D. Vance inception, because a 67-year-old man named J.D. Vance from Michigan was found guilty after making death threats against Vice President J.D. Vance. Yeah, so basically, this year, James Donald Vance Jr. posted on Blue Sky, "If Trump, Vance, or Musk ever come to my city again, they will leave in a body bag." Now, prosecutors claim that he also said a bunch of other things that were in the same sort of realm. And despite him posting himself under an alias, the Secret Service were able to track J.D. Vance down and arrest him surprisingly quickly. Meaning, all of them have wild stuff online. You need to watch out, because the Secret Service and the spy agency or anyone in your country, they can track you down. Secret Service said that threats against our nation's leaders and their families will not be tolerated. J.D. Vance eventually pled guilty to 2 felony charges, which actually carry a maximum prison sentence of 5 years each, but he was ultimately given 2 years due to mental health issues. Moving on to this week, intimidation tactics backfired massively. So this week they played Japan in the Under-17s World Cup. Started, instead of shaking the Japanese players' hands like most normal people do, did whatever the hell this is. Minnesota's backbook against Japan is especially wild, because this is a culture that values respect so much that they have known globally. Their changing these in the 2022 catalog. They even left order name Swan. And then the note that was not just a thank you in Japanese, but also Arabic. The country that was. So, if we glad to hear that both his intimidation tactics and big pharma, because Japan ended up winning all penalties to qualify for quarterfinals, and the local pretty much set up to their big dismay. They don't want to say about this. What's up with them? This week, you guys need to be wild scam going around. School just issued a new report showing how scammers are now using AI to increase the sophistication of their scam emails. Which is the thing, it's not just the perfect grammar. One of the weakest points in the scam email is the sender. Because they're trying to pretend to be Netflix, but their sender address is CameraCheats.com. You know it's not real. What? This is the they're now using AI to be able to generate the sender address that has a matching URL to the company or the person that they are pretending to be. So even if the sender address, guys, looks real, just do not links or download any PDFs. You literally can download a malware and they've got access to your phone, your computer, if done so. Now this has been so effective that the study cited one of the scam groups increased their effectiveness rate from 0.69, which is basically nothing, to 20.9%. And the scam group went from 4.91% to 36.28%. Those numbers, terrifying. As many matters worse, 90% of the detected phishing attacks targeted either Gmail or Outlook. You don't need to be living like this anymore. Terrified to even open an email? Just to switch to Proton Mail. Rest easy. National shutdown against gender-based violence. And it's now getting global attention. See, Inside Africa, violence against women and children has been an emergency for years. Not just now, but the government has officially declared it so. I mean, just listen to the numbers. 5,500 women and 1,000. This video is sponsored by Shopify. There are only two of these devices in the whole world. One is at the AHA Science Center in Estonia. The other one is here in my studio. I love conflict, okay? You're one of those supercritical CO2 devices. Yeah, I'll do that. This thing on top is a transparent vessel. The internal volume's only about the same as a petri dish, but the glass walls are incredibly thick, about 40 millimeters. That's because it's designed to withstand 80 times atmospheric pressure, which means I should be able to witness something incredibly rare inside, something that is like a gas and like a liquid, but it's neither of those things. And no, it's not either. Also, to be clear, this bit on top, there's more than two of those in the whole world, but it's this thing underneath that makes it really special. I'll get to that in a minute, but first, let me show you what it does. First, dry ice, that's some solid cargo. And then we type four of these bonds to exactly the same types. In this case, 14 exact. That's still the container, except that they're still bound. That's because, as you probably know, solid carbon dioxide turns very quickly to gas at room temperature, skipping the liquid phase altogether. That's called sublimation. But let's see what happens. Well, the dry ice gas, but because the gas has nowhere to go, pressure. And it turns out that at really high pressure, solid carbon dioxide no longer sublimates straight into a gas. Instead, it melts to liquid carbon dioxide. Now, this is pretty rare in itself, but it's not the really rare thing that I want to show you. You just need enough with carbon dioxide many times because it's in the carbon dioxide environment. Just that you can't see it with your eyes because the container is transparent. So eventually, solid carbon dioxide is gone, and you're left with liquid carbon dioxide at the bottom, gas carbon dioxide at the top. But here's the thing: what heat up this pressurized vessel? To find out, like a plastic heat gun or something, but we actually have a much better solution. That's what this mysterious black box is about. You see these copper pipes that hold the container. Well, they go down in the black box, and inside there are two tanks of water. There's a shower heater and a water cooler. And by pressing these buttons, I can pump hot water
box, including selling in person. But for everything else, there's plugins. And you can even get your hands dirty with their templating language if you're that way inclined. I did. It was really fun. So if you're thinking of selling something, or you already do and you suspect there might be a better way, go to shopify.com/Steve Mould to start your trial. The link is also in the description, and there should be a QR code somewhere on the screen as well. So check it out today. You know, I might mass produce a supercritical device at some point in the future, but for now, you'll have to visit the AHA Science Center in Estonia if you want to experience it for yourself. Right, that's these float tests. What I've got here is a boat. So the material itself is more dense than liquid CO2, but it floats because the boat disperses the liquid. Now, if liquid sloshes into a boat, it stops working. So what will happen when the gas inside the boat and the liquid under it become supercritical? Will they retain certain properties locally, or will it all become homogeneous instantaneously? Making sure the boat didn't tip over or stick to the sides was a real challenge, by the way. I ended up with this design with little fins that nearly touch the glass walls. And it's got a slightly thicker base for stability. I did think about using Benchy, of course, but that thing can't even stay upright. So what we see is that as the chamber heats up, the level of liquid goes down as it evaporates. But see how the boat is getting lower and lower in the liquid? That's because the gas is getting denser and denser, which reduces the buoyancy of the boat. We don't get to see what happens when it turns supercritical because the boat sinks before then. But look how a cloud of gas from inside the boat puffs out as it falls. You can really see how close they are in density. Like, it's really different to how steam bubbles through water, for example. Shortly after that, the meniscus starts to fade, and we're supercritical in that region. Moving the camera up and down, you can see that even after the meniscus is gone, there's still this region that bends light differently to the top and bottom regions. So I think we still have gas here and liquid here, but it's supercritical in the growing region in between. So clearly something odd is going on with density. And it turns out that if you can understand what the deal is with density, then you can understand supercriticality. We saw earlier how a liquid and a gas can coexist in terms of the phase diagram. You just sit on that line if you want both. But like, why? Why have two separate densities in the first place? Why doesn't the CO2 just spread out until the density is even everywhere? To answer that, we just need to think about minimizing energy. So in the same way that a ball will roll down to the point of lowest energy, the molecules in a container will arrange themselves into a state of lowest energy. And just like the valley that a ball rolls into, there will be some kind of energy valley that the molecules roll into. The main thing that shapes this valley is an attraction between the molecules. So as you've got one molecule here, another molecule here, this molecule is attracted to this one. It's going to roll down that energy slope. But when the molecules get very close, there's a repulsion force because of Pauli exclusion principle or whatever. But it means that there's this steep wall on the other side of the valley. Now, we're not just dealing with two molecules. We're dealing with a whole load of molecules. So really, we should be thinking about this in terms of molecules either being all close together or all being spread out. So this direction represents close together, this direction represents spread out. In this simple setup, we expect all the molecules to roll into this valley to get really close together. In other words, to form a liquid or a solid. But there's something else influencing the shape of this valley, and that's entropy. So if we had a bunch of energetic molecules all piled up together in the corner of a container, it would spread out over time because of entropy. So without the attractive force between the molecules, we would expect them to just spread out and get further away from each other until they reach the limits of the container that they're in. In other words, we expect the landscape to look like this. Remember, this direction represents the molecules being more spread out. So having all the molecules here is more spread out and therefore more like a gas than when they're all bunched up like this. But of course, the molecules are attracted to each other, so we have to combine these two landscapes. We have to add them together. And something really interesting happens when you do that, that we now have two valleys. I'm oversimplifying here a little bit, by the way, but I think this is good for intuition. And we're describing something like Helmholtz free energy. And it means that there are two possible places for our molecules to end up. Some settle down here, that represents molecules touching each other, and some settle down here, which represents molecules that are spread out and far apart. In other words, a liquid phase and a gas phase can both be energetically favorable at the same time. But then what happens when I increase the temperature by pushing hot water through these copper pipes? Well, the influence of entropy increases and the pressure goes up, and you end up pushing these two valleys together. And when you do that, suddenly there's no distinction between a liquid and a gas. It's all just fluid. How cool is that? And it shows up in a really weird way in the phase diagram. If you take this route around the diagram, you transition smoothly between a liquid-like state and a gas-like state, which is basically what happens when you travel from the top to the bottom of this chamber before it's fully mixed. So when you step back, you realize that there isn't two separate regions on the phase diagram for liquids and gases. It's all the same region. And the only reason we make a distinction is because the region touches itself along this line, so that when you cross it, you get this sudden jump in density. I've also figured out why the boundary goes cloudy to begin with, and it's really cool. This is a heat map of density around the critical region. So see how the liquid and gas phases maintain very different densities right up to the critical point. So just beyond that point, you've got this huge variation in density with just tiny changes in temperature. That means that when a substance goes supercritical, its density can fluctuate wildly. And refractive index depends on density. So when that supercritical region first appears, the refractive index is bouncing around all over the place. So light gets scattered in all directions. And you'll know from watching my video about the Buddha board that when light gets scattered, things turn white, which is why the meniscus turns cloudy to begin with. Before I get into why people put coffee beans in there, I just want to show you the amazing things that happen when you cool the cell back down. How beautiful is that? It's like there's a different weather phenomenon in there. Clouds, storms, mist, rain, and so cool. The cell has a little valve for safely letting out the CO2. And what happens towards the end? Dry ice that pops into existence. I couldn't escape that slow motion. It's so cool. What makes supercritical fluid useful is that it retains some properties of a liquid and some properties of a gas. So it can be used for things like extracting caffeine from coffee beans. That's because it has low viscosity like a gas, and so it can penetrate into the bean trees. But it retains the solvent power for liquid, and it dissolves the caffeine out of the bean. I guess the beans have a range of densities because they're kind of spread out vertically, which I wasn't expecting. It's cool to be able to see the density distribution of the fluid like that. Now, I hadn't set the gas cable properly on this one, and at one point it popped, releasing pressure. Carbon dioxide, very subtle. But they were there for several hours, so theoretically, I should have some coffee beans here with most of it. Let's find out. Especially bean beans. See, when you roast the beans, that's when you create these tasty coffee molecules. Unfortunately, those molecules so soluble in CO2, so they can do that nice coffee flavor. Makes sense. A huge thank you to the Art Science Centre for making this device. They also made the life-size combo that video. I emailed them about this. When I saw they had an exhibit, I said, "Can you make one for me? I'll pay you." And I said, "No, you can't pay us. We're going to make you one for free." So I'm just hugely grateful to them. If you're ever anywhere near Estonia, you have to visit the Art Science Centre. They just do the most crazy stuff. It's so cool there. So there you go. Supercritical fluids. I hope you enjoyed this video. If you did, don't forget to hit subscribe. And the algorithm thinks you'll enjoy this video next.
The oldest Anarchy server in Minecraft has a reputation for many things, but one of them is the expansive highway systems actively maintained by the players. But while the main highways are under constant construction, the diagonal highways are a different story. Receiving far less travelers, the quality of these abandoned roads range from acceptable to dangerous at times. In some places, it's barely a road at all. With no construction crews, these highways only get extended by random travelers from time to time. I was curious, how far do each of these bizarre highways actually go in the overworld? I had a personal bet with someone. I didn't think a single one of them went beyond 100K diagonally. So to find out, I decided to do a challenge. I would travel all 4 of the diagonal highways to see how far they went. Instead of using my main account, which would make the journey way too easy, I would do it on a fresh account that had never logged in before. So not only would I be traveling, but I would have to stay alive as well. So come along with me as I travel all 4 of the diagonal highways on 2B2T, witnessing the spectacular ruins, having a few brushes with death, and meeting some odd characters. Now, which highway do we start with first? Well, I actually wanted to go in reverse order from the least traveled diagonal to the most. To get this information, I got into contact with 2B2T legend Leisure, who was the mastermind behind multiple exploits over the years that actively tracked players in real time. While these exploits no longer work, Leisure is still sitting on the data that was taken while they were active. I asked if he knew which of the diagonal highways were the most and least popular during that time. He revealed that the popularity of each diagonal actually changed week to week, but by the end of the collection period, generally, this was the order. Southwest was the least traveled. Just barely ahead of it was Northeast. Then it was Northwest, and the most popular was the Southeast. So that is the order I was going in. And since I had a bet with someone, I had to travel each one until they either ended or I reached the 100K by 100K milestone, which diagonally is actually over 141,000 blocks. I was banned from using the Nether unless I died and needed to get back to my body. With this massive journey ahead of me, it was time to log in and head southwest. After joining the server, I found myself right at the heart of spawn. I made sure to walk instead of run in order to conserve hunger. Some of the big lava casts proved tricky to navigate, but I managed to get down to ground level where I found a fish swimming around that I could use for food. After walking a few hundred blocks, I managed to locate the Southwest Diagonal Highway, and my first journey began. Walking down the road, I quickly found a griefed base. Being directly on the highway and this close to spawn, it was inevitable for it to be destroyed. There were some logs nearby, though, so I made sure to craft some basic supplies. I saw a spider approaching me, so I hoped it would drop at least 2 string for a fishing rod, and sure enough, it did. After killing another spider at around 3,000 blocks, I saw a cabin in the distance, so I went to investigate. It was clearly a spawn base at one point, but had fallen into ruin. Surprisingly, there were horses and other animals nearby, so I decided it would be worth it to go fishing to try and get a saddle. Being on horseback would make the journey far less tedious, so I spent the next hour fishing in the server's laggy conditions. During a rainstorm, I got super lucky and actually managed to get one. After picking out the fastest horse I could find, I was ready to hit the road. The journey had already become much easier, but at around 4,000 blocks, there was a massive lava cast that prevented horse travel, so after going around it, I discovered a somewhat intact farm. To be directly on the highway and still have crops was pretty unusual, especially so close to spawn, but this was the least traveled highway after all, so it made sense. I hopped back on my horse and continued to head southwest. The road was still made out of obsidian, but I wondered how long that was going to last. I soon found myself at the 5,000 block milestone. It was a massive set of platforms completely submerged in water, and this was likely done to prevent griefing. This strange build towered all the way past the clouds. Especially with the vines hanging down, it was a very interesting find. After taking one last look, I was back on the road. From here, the highway turned into mainly cobblestone and started becoming very uneven at some places. After riding past a massive fire field, I found another set of ruins at around 6K. Looking around, a few of the structures could be seen intact, but the majority of it was a crater, unrecognizable. There were no valuables left, so I continued. From here, the highway became tricky to navigate on horseback in some places, but these elevated bridges carried me past gigantic lava casts. In the shadow of these casts, I ended up finding a mostly uncreeped melon farm. It was in much better shape than the previous farm I had come across. A few hundred blocks later, in the distance, I saw a lone skeleton horse. Skeleton horses are valuable on Anarchy servers because withers will not attack them due to their undead status, and their ability to run underwater without forcing the rider to dismount is pretty useful. But sadly, this one was too slow, so I continued with my regular horse. At 7.5K, I managed to find another massive farm that, despite being right on the highway, was in great shape. To look this good despite being relatively close to spawn, I knew this highway didn't have many travelers. Continuing southwest, right next to the path was a small building. The 7777 Tavern, named after the coordinates it was built on. Sadly, there were no beverages, but there were plenty of signs left by all the players that had come before me. Even in a desolate wasteland, there was genuine connection between people. It was a nice find. From here, the road actually devolved into a dirt path. One area was nothing more than random cobblestone and torches built on ice. I was actually surprised at how quickly the lack of infrastructure on this highway seemed to reveal itself. Soon I found myself at the 10K milestone, which really wasn't much to look at, just a tall lava cast with a big layer of obsidian in the sky. But I was happy that I was able to get this far out so easily on a fresh account. I wondered just how far this highway was going to go, despite being the least traveled. Well, around 11,000 blocks, I found something I wasn't expecting. I came across some signs that had apparently marked the end of the highway from just 1 year ago. I thought maybe it was a mistake of some kind or someone was trolling, but more signs informed me that a player named Carpenter had taken it upon themselves to try and extend the highway. So maybe I really was getting close to the end. But soon, more ruins came into sight. It seemed like either a temple or cathedral of some kind, mainly made of stone. Like all the other ruins we had come across, I wondered what the story was behind this place. It definitely gets the imagination going, but getting back to traveling, as my horse took me further southwest, suddenly the road ended, with a sign to mark the true end of the highway. Was this right? Even though it was the least traveled highway, I wasn't expecting it to end this quickly. Just to make sure, I searched a few hundred blocks ahead to check and see if the highway had just been griefed. On my way, I accidentally wandered into one of the largest pillager raiding parties I had ever seen in Minecraft. Since I had no good gear, I made sure to keep my distance, but they were not happy to see me. After searching farther ahead and finding nothing, I could confirm that the end of our first highway, the Southwest Diagonal, was only at 12K, with a true distance of 16,970 blocks from 0. The road was much shorter than I was expecting, but rather than teleport back to spawn via death, I decided I would just turn around with my horse. This would prove to be a mistake, as on 2B2T, anything that can go wrong eventually will go. After exploring some additional areas on the way back, while I was riding on a cobblestone bridge, the server decided to kick me off my horse randomly. Well, at least I was back at spawn now, but little did I know that this next highway would be much, much longer. Returning to spawn and losing all of the gear I had already acquired, the first thing I did was kill a few fish swimming around to get some food. I crafted some basic supplies and used them to fight my way out of spawn. I I did take some time to see the sights, though, such as the massive lava pillars that are all over the place. Soon, I found myself at the start of the northeastern diagonal highway. Little did I know that this highway would be far more dangerous. I spent the first few thousand blocks just trying to avoid hazards and manage my hunger. Not far from some ruins, I managed to find some exposed iron ore which I could use to make a shield. After catching some more food and smelting the ore, I would be set for a while. Around 3,100 blocks, I saw some ruins nearby. To my surprise, it was now a massive pit going all the way down to bedrock. Falling into this thing would likely spell trouble, so I admired it from the surface. Continuing on, I'm glad I crafted a shield because skeletons were all over the highway tunnels. There was no avoiding them. The mobs were actually a greater threat than being attacked by players, it seemed, so I had to stay on my toes. For the next 2,000 blocks, all I came across were farms and unrecognizable ruins. But at least the road was still obsidian. Upon reaching the 5K milestone, I realized that it was almost identical to the one from the previous highway. Here, I was able to find a name on a sign, J. Feather Alt. They seemed to be the one building these things. It was safe to assume that we would be seeing them on the remaining highways as well. So after looking around a little bit, I hit the road again. For the next few thousand blocks, it was mainly more ruins, but I did find what was left of a bamboo hut, so I used it as a rest area to cook some food. Once I reached the 7K milestone, I was met with an upside-down obsidian pyramid, a massive hall of nether portals, as well as the ruins of a city nearby. Still no civilization, though. At 8,100 blocks, the highway went from obsidian to stone, and not long after, straight ahead was a giant obsidian castle completely submerged in water. From a distance, it was both imposing and awe-inspiring. There was a tunnel leading through the water, so naturally I used it. But after fighting a few creepers, I suddenly realized that it wasn't just the castle. The entire highway and surrounding areas were also submerged. This was about to be a massive headache. Without a respiration helmet, the best I could do was move from air pocket to air pocket. For over 1,000 blocks, I slowly made my way through, taking it slow and steady. One wrong move and I would be back at spawn. While waiting in an air pocket, I saw what appeared to be a massive dome in the distance, so I decided to investigate. Once I was in, I surveyed the area, and while there were a lot of craters, the dome itself seemed to be holding strong for the most part. Underwater builds are always a noble endeavor, especially on this server. I slowly continued on the highway, but the mobs were becoming a problem. After having multiple tridents thrown at me, I managed to find the other end of the great tunnel, so I had some breathing room, literally. But the entire region remained submerged. I can't imagine the amount of work that went into causing this level of flooding over such old terrain. Eventually, the tunnel ended upon reaching the 10K milestone, and I was glad to be back on dry land. For a while, there wasn't much to see, but at around 12.5K, I managed to find the first intact base of the highway, a small cabin with berry bushes and some supplies. I only took a few things that I felt would be useful, left most of it. Now we were starting to find the good stuff. At this distance, the highway was starting to fall into disarray with random blocks on the path. But it had already gone longer than the previous highway, so I knew there was plenty of distance left to cover. Upon entering a lava cast, I was met with flowers on both sides. For once, it didn't feel like I was trying to survive in a wasteland, but soon it was back to the usual scenery of utter destruction. As I continued, it was pretty funny to see modern sea creatures like dolphins in terrain that was at least 15 years old. Appropriately, I soon found myself at the 15K milestone, which was a lovely rest stop complete with farm and shelter. At this point, I was still on foot. I figured going through the hassle of getting a saddle for a horse again wouldn't be worth it if this highway was going to end at any moment, so stubbornly, I kept hoofing it. At 17,300, I came across a base that had been griefed long ago. Vines were now hanging down from the buildings, so these had been here a while. On one hand, it's very somber to explore ruins like these, but on the other hand, these builders knew the risks when they built directly on the highway. It is what it is, but still a cool find. At this distance, old chunk borders were becoming a common sight, especially right off the highway. At the 20K milestone, I was met with a very bizarre sight. Massive lines of red concrete littering the sky. There was no rhyme or reason to it, but finding weird stuff like this is why highway travel is so interesting in the first place. From here, the terrain changed wildly, going from large ocean 1 minute to frozen wheat farms the next. There was definitely plenty of variety. At 23K, I saw a small campsite off the side of the road, so I figured I could use it to cook some food. Big mistake. While it was cooking and I was getting some aerial footage on the side of the highway, I got ambushed. Back to spawn. But luck was on my side. Upon entering the nether to get back to my body, a kind stranger randomly gave me an elytra, fireworks, golden apples, and totems, which I was able to use to return to my body in less than 12 minutes. After crafting some proper armor, I stored the elytra, fireworks, and other loot in the nearest e-chest because to use them at this point would feel like cheating. I wanted to continue on foot or by horse, but I did keep a totem on hand for emergencies. From here, the oceans were becoming larger and larger. Upon reaching land at 24K, I found something completely unexpected. A roadside attraction called Plankhenge, completely ungrieved. To build something like this, you have to ask, is it creativity or insanity? Probably a mix of both. I always appreciate builds that feel like actual roadside tourist attractions you would find in real life. As the road continued over ocean, I really began to miss having a horse. Sooner or later, I would likely have to fish for another saddle, but while I was contemplating, I wasn't paying attention to the road, and suddenly, a wither spotted me. It started chasing me immediately. As I fled, it remained hyper-aggressive. I did not have the gear to be dealing with this right now, so my only hope was to run. It managed to pop my totem, so I kept swimming. My only chance was to try and get the wither stuck on some geometry, so I began swimming towards land. It was getting stuck briefly, but not enough for a full escape. Just when I thought it was over for me, a dolphin appeared and boosted my swim speed so I could get away. It felt like one of those real-world stories you hear about dolphins saving swimmers from shark attacks. It was definitely my lucky day. Using my newfound speed, I eventually swam back to the main highway. No more delay. It was time to fish for another saddle, since horses can outrun withers in most cases. After about an hour, I managed to get one. Hopefully, there would be a horse somewhere down the road. From here, the highway was starting to get kind of crooked, but at least it was still going. I soon found myself at the 30K milestone, which was just a floating platform with a small farm. Just outside the milestone, I saw a horse near an old nether portal that someone had abandoned. So I put my saddle to good use. The horse ended up being pretty fast, so I was hoping this would speed up some of the more boring parts of the highway. This ocean was generated in a very old version of Minecraft when practically endless oceans were a feature, not a bug. For thousands of blocks, it was nothing but water, cobblestone, and signs. Upon reaching 36K, I finally hit land and everyone was under the impression that the ocean was finally over. But just 100 blocks ahead, there it was again. No escape. There were long stretches of absolutely nothing, but I still had to pay attention the entire time in case I stumbled upon another wither. Eventually, I hit the 40K milestone. After climbing some stairs to investigate a melon farm, I realized it was inside a massive replica of the famous Wrath Outpost, which had originally been built at spawn 10 years ago. A build that had once been considered a major achievement on the server was now a highway rest stop. There was a deeper meaning in that somewhere, but my brain had been smoothed out by all the ocean, so I kept moving. For 10,000 blocks, there was nothing but water and random blocks until I reached the 50K milestone. Other than a small farm, there really wasn't much to it. After watching a zombie grief itself, I knew it was time to continue. Shortly after, I found a dead body on the highway with their XP still floating there. Luckily, they dropped some diamonds. Upon reaching a brief rest stop, I was able to craft diamond armor, which would give me a much better chance of survival from here on out. Other than finding more ruins and odd builds from time to time, there was nothing of substance to be found on this stretch of the highway. The most entertaining thing I found was a massive underwater piglin rave happening near a nether portal. Pretty weird. The 60K milestone was nothing more than some pillars of water and a Greek skyscraper. It was now roughly 5 times the length of the previous highway. How far was this thing going to go? At 65,000, there was land, but just like last time, it didn't last long, and I was back to the sea. I was still finding signs from previous explorers that, like me, had slowly been descending into madness from this road. The 70K milestone was a simple cobblestone post with some signs and lanterns, and that was it. Just ahead, some signs were left behind by a player named Miles that claimed this was the end of the highway roughly 1 year ago. So I knew we were finally getting close to the end. A few thousand miles now.
Do you wake up for like 5 minutes?
Yeah.
I got a bed, bro.
What?
I got a bed, bro.
Yeah, what's up?
Dude, bro, I just went to the bar for the first time and saw Zoe, bro.
Yeah?
And like talked to her and everything.
Yeah? So,
And like, it's like not that I don't like want her back or anything, bro. But like genuinely, like I was talking to her and she was like telling me about her relationship and like all this shit. And like I had to say, like I was in love with this girl, bro. Like I know this girl. Like I know her. You get what I'm saying? Like I was with her 6 out of 7 days out of the week. Like she's sitting here talking to me and telling me about like all this shit. And I dead ass looked at her in the face, Griffin. And it's like, Zoe, for the love of God, like, stop the bullshit. Like, stop. I was like, stop it. I was like, you're not in love, bro. I was like, if you're in love with him, then what we had was not real. Straight up. Straight up. Because I can look at you right now, Zoe, and tell you straight to your face that I think about you every day. Every day I think about you. Not on like, I want to get back with you. Not on like, oh my God, I'm sorry for what I did. Like I am. But at the same time, like, it's like, don't sit here and tell me that you're going to marry this dude when literally 2 months ago, you were telling me the same shit.
yeah.
Not even like on some petty, like I'm jealous. Like, I don't care about that. It's that the difference is that I know who this girl is.
No, what do you say?
You said what?
So what do you say?
I don't know, bro. I don't know. I just needed to talk to someone. Jacob went back with his fucking girlfriend back to his place. I'm home alone. I got no fucking weed. I only got liquor to drink, and I'm gonna drink all of it. But yeah, bro. I just didn't expect to run into Zoe tonight, and that's the only girl I really talked to the whole night. Which is like bad. How'd it go? It's not bad, dude, but it's just like, dude, I feel the weight. You know what I mean? Like I felt so light before I went out. Now I feel the weight that I felt when I was in the relationship. That's why I'm not in it anymore. You know? And she was like, Yanni, I hope you don't think that we're going to get married one day. And I looked at her straight in the face. I was like, no, bro. I was like, I don't. But what I do know is that I loved you and I cared about you. And like, I can't sit here and look at you across the room without thinking something. So we need to break that ice, bruh.
I don't think you loved her.
You don't think I loved her?
No, I don't think so.
Really? I think I did.
Well, this is the thing. It's like, you know, if you love something, you know, like you can say and you can think you like, you know, I can say I love, you know, I can say, oh, I love my motorcycle and I love it so much. And I can feel like I love my motorcycle so much, but I leave it out in the rain and I lay it on the ground. I don't really care what happens to it, and it gets dirty.
Yeah, that's true. That's
You
true.
know,
That's
it's
like
like
no, that's
I don't actually love my
you
motorcycle.
fire it.
Yeah, but I don't love it. I don't give a fuck. To be honest, I really don't give a fuck about my motorcycle.
Yeah.
Because it's out in the rain right now, getting rained on, and it's got mud all over it, and it's got a sticker on it, and who fucking cares about my motorcycle? I mean, but I really thought I liked it, but then actually, no, I don't. So, I mean, but this happens all the time. Like people say things, and you yeah, it's these are just words. It's like, what actually do we mean when we say these things? I don't think so. No, I don't think you did love her. I don't think you did love her. No, I think you liked the feeling.
Yeah, maybe you're right. It was so good to see her there, bro. I just wanted to talk to her so bad.
Yeah.
I did love her, bro. And if I'm being honest, I did love her, and what scared me was the herpes thing.
Yeah, yeah, it did end pretty tragically.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna go get high. I'll catch you, bro.
Well, be careful.
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna see her tonight, unfortunately.
What
But,
time is it?
like 2 a.m. Yeah. There's a strong chance she's gonna be sleeping in my bed tonight. Not gonna lie.
Well, don't.
I'm not gonna fuck her, bro, but
Yes, you are. You don't want to
I'm
put
not,
yourself
no,
in that
I
position.
do. I don't even, dude. I can't even feel my dick right now.
Yeah, and that's like why.
No, I'm not going. I don't want to, bro. I just want to talk to her, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like I haven't fucking got everything off my chest that I need to say.
What?
Just the fact that like all the bullshit that she's fucking saying isn't fucking true, bro.
So why were you even talking?
It's a good ass sport.
Why would you even talk to her?
This is why. See, this is why I came to this shed, bro. See, this is why. This is why I came here.
Don't put yourself in. Don't even put yourself in.
I'm leaning, Nate.
Yeah, don't even put yourself in that position.
Yeah, you're right. All right, dude.
You're putting your head on the chopping block.
I am the chopping block, Nick.
No, you're.
All right, bro. I'll catch you.
See you, bro. Hey, just a reminder, herpes is for life. It's forever. Good luck trying to find a wife. You talking to a girl. You're talking to a girl and say, actually, I got herpes. She gonna
Say that shit one more time.
It's for life. Good luck trying to find a wife with herpes.
That shit's for life.
For life. Once you got it, you're done, bro. Good luck trying to find any wife with fucking herpes, bro.
You're goddamn right, Nick.
Yeah, that should be enough. Like, you're not like, bro, you won't even be able to talk to a girl. Because you gotta tell her, oh, I got herpes. And then what are they gonna do? They're gonna fucking leave you.
Yeah. I'm freestyling right now. Let me go.
Alright, I just want to remind you that.
Alright, peace.
See ya.
Peace.
And some women that put the last layer of
This is white people in World War III ignoring the absolute carnage until Morse Critical drops his 45-minute monitoring talk session so they could finally download their opinion. Sit there and do the exact same sentence in 7 slightly rearranged formations. War is bad. Personally, I would agree. It stretched out over a 45-minute time span, complete with dramatic pauses and a title like, "The situation is worried." And suddenly every person in Ohio is like, yeah, that's what I was thinking too, while wearing the athletics tracksuit.
He'll be fine. He'll be fine.
And Nick Fuentes is absolutely right. They've been screwed. They can't find jobs. Rich age of the first time homebuyer in the United States is almost 40 years old. It's a disaster. That's like collapse. And they've been blamed for it. People can hate lives for being white and the toxic masculinity of white racism. That's passive. That's hate. If you tell white men biggest be crystal clear. Every single dinosaur skeleton you see in a museum is fake. What they show you cats and models, not real bones, the original bones, the remains of a certain flying beast that's been documented all throughout history, mentioned by every single ancient culture. Yeah, they could track it. The bones from previous resets and catastrophes, and even analyze them. His slopes remember everything from a grown up state to cross one last shot to a team that lingered too long. Summit red flat air is still built up. But first, the climber refused the mountain. It was May 14th, 2016. Southeast Range of Mountain at roughly 27,600. Like the upper slopes is that burn exposed skin. The air was perfect. No wind, drifting spin. Just the kind of deceptive that almost lines. Two figures advanced share frostbite cases that season. The man at the front, 33-year-old Ethan Larson, had built an identity around natural air. He climbed with minimal synthetic layers, lightweight boots, and usually left hanging his chest strap. To him, the glass barrier dulled the experience, believing the mountain was meant to be felt. Filtered. His Sherpa partner, George A., had warned him repeatedly about south. 26,000 feet, magnified by snow reflection and air, often burning eyes instead of out. Ethan waved the concern. The sky was spotless. Visibility, he said, was the best he'd ever seen. By mid-morning, that clarity turned against him. The sun climbed, light refracted off the ice fields below the mountain, pierced the corneal tissue unprotected by his bare eyes. At first, tearing and squinting, but within an hour, felt like sand scraping across glass. Georgia urged him to descend, but Ethan insisted it was up once they reached Camp 4.
slow, pausing every few steps to rub his face with quick fingers, unaware that the friction was worsening his damage. Long after, he began missing footholds, the surface around 27,000 from and his little step into guesswork. Georgia took over the lead, following directions for him to follow, but Ethan's responses were disoriented. He drifted toward the outer slope, still unclipping and reclipping his shoulder at the wrong angle. At one point, he turned completely around, convinced the descent was upward. Georgia tried to secure it with a short rope neck shear, but the distance between anchors forced him to move ahead and step. For nearly 40 minutes, he shouted over the thin rail until the answer stopped. When other climbers reached that section later in the afternoon, they found a single ice axe planted upright beside the 30 feet down slope lay Ethan's body. His goggles were still clipped to his harness, the lenses coated in frost. Frostbite had clouded both eyes white. His pupils were unresponsive. Medical teams later estimated he had collapsed from snow and exhaustion. The following morning, Georgia returned to the recovery team, but shifting weather forced them to leave him secured to the rope at 27,600 for unrecoverable deaths. His position was later confirmed from other expeditions at the same season. Noted the body fixed line. For all this talk about Ethan never realized that exposure isn't purity. It's risk multiplied by arrogance. On Everest, even something as simple as refusing a pair of goggles can strip a climber's vision, direction, and life sane clearly. He believed clarity and connection. That sight itself made him closer to the mountain. Yet blindness took him before he even began his descent. 3 years later, another climber would also trust his vision too, not to see with his eyes, but through the machine that failed, save in the air. It was May 21st, 2018. Southwest Pink blue ripples across the fixed line, a streak of pale blue sky over the south side, visibly stretching across the bed to the climber. It looked like the summit had cleared. Yet weather readings from Camp 4 had already begun signs of the jet stream. The barometric pressure was sharply, oxygen level faster than expected for that time. A sign that the jet stream was in hours, gusts of over 60 miles per hour. He had built a modest following by documenting extreme environments with action. This expedition was commercial. It joined a small team that hired Chinese logistics, Jason's goal was to capture some very top upper slopes in the south. He had managed to bring a test flight around 23,000 feet. It went to stay stable. That small success convinced him to get 10% higher up his Sherpa guides bridge off the turn bell. That's true. Shifted the road to Jason. That data information reads conditions that acceptably stable. He waited for a long the drone stood at water. In seconds of taking, exposed from the jet stream and bridge, the drone veered sideways, lost lift, and vanished into the cloud. Jason stared at the control, watching the battery, plunged to zero as the signal out the males began their descent as the wind approached. Just making it to Jason crouched on the bench, insisting he could still retrieve the footage. A small beacon light in his drone's control connection lost. Instead of falling back down, he unzipped and moved to 65. Dissolved in the wind,
For nearly an hour, Jason drifted between outcrops, sweeping his gloved hand across the snow in short arcs. Visibility shrank to just a few feet. The horizon vanished entirely. The ridge and sky merged into a single gray blur, and the air filled with fine ice crystals that stung his skin and clung to his gloves. The wind flattened sound until even his own breathing seemed distant, muffled by the storm. Oxygen levels fell dangerously low, and his regulator began to hiss unevenly as ice built inside the valve. When the others reached the South Col, they realized he hadn't followed. A second team ascending later that afternoon reported seeing a lone figure kneeling near a narrow crevasse, still holding a controller, his movements slow and disoriented. By the time rescuers reached that section the next morning, the weather had sealed the ridge in cloud and high wind. His body was found a day later near the balcony, half buried in wind-blown snow, his right hand still gripping the drone controller. His mask hose was detached, and his oxygen cylinder had run empty. The drone itself was never located, likely swept into one of the lower gullies. His team logged the coordinates and marked the spot with an ice axe before descending to Camp 2. For a climber who trusted machines to conquer altitude, Jason Kearney vanished not in darkness or storm, but within the clarity he tried to capture. Everest took him in full daylight, his final image frozen mid-frame. And if some vanish chasing the perfect view, what becomes of those who are taken while standing still, with no motion, no warning, and nowhere to fall but through silence itself? It was April 3rd, 2017, on the upper Kangchung face of Mount Everest, at roughly 25,000 feet. The night air was unnaturally still, a thin, brittle calm that carried every sound, the faint ticking of cooling metal, the soft creak of ice beneath the tent floor. The sky had cleared after 2 days of low cloud, revealing a waning moon that reflected off the slope's glassy surface. To most climbers, the conditions looked unstable. The snowfield below Camp 3 was heavily corniced, and the wind had carved hollow cavities beneath the ridgeline. For one man camped near the edge, it was the perfect opportunity for a photograph. The climber was 37-year-old Thomas Wainwright, British alpinist and documentary photographer who preferred working alone. Known among peers for his precision and patience, he had spent years documenting Himalayan peaks from less traveled faces, avoiding commercial routes and summit crowds. His current expedition was a small, mixed nationality team, attempting the Kangchung face, Everest's eastern wall, notorious for its ice fluting and unstable snowpack. While the others camped farther inland along the slope, Wainwright had moved his tent closer to the cornice lip, explaining that he wanted a clear, unobstructed view of the sunrise for a time. Lapse Project, he had been filming throughout the climb. The team's Sherpa coordinator had quietly objected. The overhanging ridge had shown new fracture lines after the last windstorm. Crevasses beneath the surface had widened, and several ice screws near the lip had begun to shift. Wainwright acknowledged the warning, but argued that his tent anchors were secure. He had installed 2 additional screws and tethered the shelter to a fixed picket driven into the ice. From a technical standpoint, his setup looked clean and deliberate, typical of his careful style. What he could not see was the weakness forming beneath the cornice shelf, a cavity where meltwater from the previous week had refrozen into a brittle layer. As darkness deepened, the temperature dropped below minus 13 degrees Fahrenheit. The snowpack contracted, tightening around the tent's anchors with audible pops. Inside, Wainwright reviewed his footage by headlamp, adjusting the intervalometer on his camera for a dawn sequence. He secured it on a small tripod at the tent's entrance, lens aimed toward the eastern horizon where the first light would spill over McCollum. The rhythmic flutter of the fabric against the wind faded as the ridge fell silent. Sometime after 2 a.m., a minor tremor passed through the slope, possibly a distant Sirac release from above. The vibration propagated through the frozen layers, unsettling the delicate balance of the overhanging cornice. A faint cracking sound followed, muffled at first, then sharper. The rightmost ice screw twisted slightly as the ice beneath it sheared. Wainwright stirred, unzipping his bag to check the line tension, unaware that the snow layer directly under his vestibule had fractured into a void. When dawn light began to appear, the temperature shift triggered expansion in the upper crust, forcing the fracture to prop. At approximately 5:42 a.m., the cornice segment gave way. The tent, still tethered to its anchors, slid as a single unit over the edge, dragging its occupant and camera with it. The initial fall was short, about 15 feet, before the ropes tightened and swung the tent outward into space. The entire assembly then dropped again when the second anchor failed, bouncing down the slope, and catching on a protruding sea rack roughly 200 feet below. The time-lapse camera, still recording, captured the sudden jolt and tumble. For several minutes, the lens pointed upward at a skewed angle, showing fragments of flapping fabric and the dim glow of morning light breaking through thin cloud. The footage ran for 47 minutes before the battery exhausted. The final frame froze on a blurred image of snow particles drifting past the lens. When the main team woke at Camp 3, they noticed his absence but assumed he had begun an early photography session. Only when daylight strengthened did they see the torn outline of the cornice where his tent had been. A faint trail of disturbed snow led to the edge, ending in a gap that opened into shadow. The Sherpa coordinator immediately descended with two others, probing the slope with poles until they spotted orange nylon far below. Ropes were fixed from an anchor point above the break, but reaching the tent proved impossible. The serac it rested on was cracked and overhanging open air. Aerial reconnaissance from a helicopter later confirmed the tent's position and partial burial. The risk of collapse prevented retrieval. The footage card was recovered weeks later, when a section of debris slid lower onto a more stable ledge, discovered by a later expedition. Thomas Wainwright's footage was examined posthumously. It showed the pale band of first light over the Himalaya, the faint silhouette of Makalu rising in the distance, and then the abrupt drop that ended both the sequence and the man behind it. Not every death on Everest comes in darkness or from exposure at altitude. Some are claimed far lower, where the air is thick and the danger looks ordinary, where a single step off the marked route can turn a shortcut into a trap. An experience itself becomes the reason no one turns back. It was April 18th, 2015, on the lower Khumbu icefall of Mount Everest, around 18,000 feet above sea level. The morning light filtered through hanging spires of ice, scattering soft blue reflections across the frozen maze. Climbers from multiple expeditions were already lined along the main route, waiting their turn to cross a series of aluminum ladders stretched over yawning crevasses. The icefall was alive with sound. Groaning ice, distant pops from shifting sea racks, and the occasional clatter of metal against rock. Beneath the stillness, the glacier itself was moving, sliding slowly but relentlessly toward the valley below. Among the climbers was 46-year-old expedition leader Robert Hensley, a veteran American mountaineer known for his efficiency and impatience with bureaucracy. He had summited Everest twice before, both times as part of guided commercial teams. This year, he had brought his own small group of clients under a private permit. His plan was to reach Camp 1 ahead of the bottleneck, forming at the icefall ladders, a familiar choke point that to convey information, but to manipulate and to manipulate instrumentally from not to convey information, but to manipulate and
take a look at the parts you decide. So, so I have a scene that adds a scale of your place shop is a fun here. But then see what that's the problem. The item you should do once entire store of bags on yes, it's empty and that I months he gets out section I check out telling the answer some words and supply such a box 6 minutes on the end. To be dead in hopes of avoiding detection. Some employees guided customers to emergency exits, while others hid in storage rooms or behind locked doors in the break area. The gunman moved through different sections of the store, firing at random. The shooting inside the building lasted approximately 3 minutes. After leaving the store, the suspect fired at a passing car in the parking lot, killing another person. He then entered his vehicle and drove away from the scene. The suspect drove to a nearby intersection where he surrendered to a Texas Ranger and an El Paso motorcycle officer, coldly identifying himself as the shooter. He was then taken into custody and identified as 21-year-old Patrick Wood Crucius. As investigators pieced together the shooter's path through that store and his possible motives, they uncovered the thoughts of a teen whose calculated cruelty was far more sinister than a random outburst of violence. This is his interrogation, and what it uncovers makes it one of the most dismaying pieces of footage I've ever witnessed. Today is August 3rd, 2019, and the time right now is 1:21 p.m. Okay? Okay. I am Detective Garcia with the El Paso Police Department. My badge number is 2191. I'm Detective Hernandez, also the El Paso Police Department. My ID number is 1570. It's important to note that the detectives are Hispanic people. You will later see why this is an ironic, crucial detail. For now, they gather simple details. Okay, Patrick. Where do you reside at?
Reside?
Yes.
I just bounce around between my parents, my grandma's, and my
Is that here in El Paso, Texas? Where's that?
in Dallas.
What's that address in Dallas? Are you attending school back home right now? Going to college or anything? No. Did you graduate from high school?
Yeah.
What high school?
Plano Senior High.
I'm sorry?
Plano Senior High.
Plano Senior High? Okay. And are you working right now in Plano? So you're not working or going to school? Okay. Are you part of any groups?
No.
No, nothing.
No.
No, okay. Now, after doing some warm-up questions, the detectives cut to the chase. All right, Patrick. So again, we want to know, came to understanding that you stepped out of your vehicle, okay, and you had your hands up. Is that true? We want to know what happened today.
I don't know. It's just let's talk story.
Well, we're here to hear it. We want to hear it. Because we we want to know what happened today.
I mean, I just had violent thoughts and
Okay.
I've been battling for a long time.
Are you under any?
Yesterday, I mean, I think I actually do it, you know. Yesterday, I started having like really violent thoughts, and the next day, I just wrote and did it.
Okay. Where were you yesterday? When you were having
At my grandma's house, grandma's.
Okay.
I left whenever sleep.
So you left.
I didn't sleep at midnight, so I just left and I did it.
So this is in Richardson. That's your grandparent.
They live in Allen.
I'm sorry. In Allen, you're in Allen, Texas. Last night,
Yeah,
at your grandparents, and you're saying that you couldn't fall asleep because you were having thoughts.
yeah. And, I mean, I had more.
Okay. Are you getting any help for that?
I went to a therapist for a while, but I just didn't continue. I didn't think I could help.
Okay. So you said you woke up at about midnight?
No, I couldn't sleep.
Oh, I'm sorry. So you couldn't sleep. So at about midnight you left. You left.
Yeah,
You left your grandparents.
I just drove straight here, and then I drove around for a while, and I just did it.
Okay.
As they retraced his timeline for the day, he revealed a critical detail. He had been seeing a therapist for some time. He claimed to have been struggling with violent thoughts and only attacked because he couldn't stand it anymore. In the days leading up to the shooting, Patrick had quietly given away a lot of his personal property. Such behavior is a chilling pattern seen in other attackers.
Is the gun registered under you?
Yeah.
So you purchased it? And how long ago did you purchase it?
Maybe like a month or two.
Get back in Allen.
Yeah.
Okay. And did you only purchase, is that the only gun you had with you? Okay. How much did you buy the gun for? You don't remember?
I don't remember.
Okay. Did you buy it at a gun store? Where'd you buy that? Off the street?
I bought it offline.
Okay.
I don't think you can. It's
Well, I'm just asking.
yeah. I just got it from like Romania or something,
Okay.
and then you shipped it, and I did all the paperwork and stuff.
Okay. And then you bought the ammo along with the gun, or you bought the ammo later on?
I think I wanted a gun for a long time, so I thought, I bought the ammo like a long time before I got the gun.
Uh-huh. Okay. So then you jump in your truck. Keep going. Okay. So. Okay. We're gonna take a quick break, okay? Real quick break. Okay.
The detectives step out for 10 minutes, and when they come back, they try to run through the timeline with Patrick.
You're in Allen, Texas, at your grandparents' residence. You couldn't fall asleep. You jump in your Honda Civic, with an AK in Allen, and you start driving over here. Okay. And you said it's because you have a lot of violent tendencies, correct? Or
Yeah.
okay. And you said it's been going on for a while. So you just get on the highway, just start driving. Okay. What's your thinking process while you're driving? Where do you have a destination? Are you saying I'm gonna go
I can't, I don't want to do it anywhere near this because it's like I don't want to traumatize my parents.
Okay.
So I just, what's the furthest away from Dallas? El Paso, pretty much for crossing the border.
Okay. So what time would you say you drove into El Paso City Industry? Do you know? Would you have an idea?
It took like 10 hours.
Okay. So, and you're positive you left around. You drove straight, never stopped anywhere else?
Yeah, I took like pit stops. I had to go to the restroom.
Okay. And you obviously stopped to put gas.
Yeah.
You know where you stopped to put gas? Do you remember? Did you stop anywhere to get something to eat? Anything like that?
I think like Walmart maybe.
Which Walmart?
One here, the house before I left. I got some like coffee.
You're talking about it now?
Yeah.
Okay. And now, but on your way over here now. Okay.
I don't remember. I don't think I did.
Okay. So you told yourself, I'm going to drive to El Paso because it's the furthest away from Dallas. Okay. So you get to El Paso now. Correct. Sometime this morning. What do you do here in El Paso?
Just drove around and then I went to the Walmart. I honestly remember much besides the shooting.
Okay.
And you obviously stopped at the Walmart that you saw off the highway. Is that where you stopped at
I
that?
think I just Googled it on Google Maps.
Okay. So then you get down from your car, right? You park in the parking lot of the Walmart. Right? Right? You get down with your AK, you go inside, and what happens?
I don't know, it's a blur. I mean, I know I did it. I mean, I don't know what else matters.
Okay.
Well, I did it.
Do you know how many times you shot?
No.
Okay. Do you know how many people you hit? No?
No idea.
No idea. Okay. And every time you shot was only inside the Walmart?
I think, I don't,
Like what I'm saying is when you exited, when you left the Walmart, did you go anywhere else?
I mean, I went to the parking lot somewhere else, and I just went right back.
I guess it could be infuriating for some to hear the detective talking to him so politely. However, they need to understand the motives behind all of this and find if anyone else was implicated in this horrific attack.
I tried to call, but I called the police station, my phone, but no one picked up.
You were calling 911?
Yeah, I turned myself in, but no one picked up.
Okay.
I mean, it just went this English and Spanish thing over again.
Okay. So and that's in the parking lot of the Walmart?
No, it's somewhere else. I don't know. It's not a food market.
Okay. And then you were going to drive back to the. Okay, that's myth. You stepped up the game. Also, a few things. How did the shooting? Thank you. Well, just wait for the new back. Shooting your kick. I mean, it's one. Sounds. Yes. So, your intent was to shoot Mexicans. Yeah. Actions turned out to be nation. History of life legitimately enough to make you do this. Some officers doubled down on this critical information as they took his number to the conversations with the back to this game. That's what the manifesto investigators had. Your intention was to shoot Mexicans. That's what it's fair to say.
Did I tell you?
What did you vote? It's yours. Awesome. This more chance of great. But it's under your name. And when did you post that?
I don't. I know it was like today, but
So was it after the shooting?
no. So
So it was prior.
I think yeah.
Okay. And so how does it read when it's posted? Like, do you have a profile name?
It's just anonymous.
Okay.
And I just posted it because I thought I was gonna die. So I thought there'd be arms set it. I don't know. I thought there was somebody shooting back. So
Okay.
I mean, I also have like this, my cover. So
Okay.
I'm not sure if you guys found that yet or not. The flash drive.
Okay.
In his manifesto, The Inconvenient Truth, he opened by expressing direct support for the Christchurch shooter, framing his own attack as a response to the Hispanic invasion of Texas. He claimed he was not the instigator, but rather defending his country from cultural and ethnic displacement, using the language of protection to justify violence. He fully expected to die in the attack, viewing his own death not as a tragedy, but as an inevitable part of his extremist mission. Yet there's more to his insane and ridiculous ideology.
Okay. The short post, the little memoirs, the long post.
Very long.
It's pretty long.
But I didn't want there to be any misconceptions.
And there you're explaining, you're detailing.
Felt like my motivations, like if I'm gonna hurt somebody, why did I hurt this group? I mean, it's all there if you guys want to.
Okay.
I mean, just look for a flash drive. And like,
I don't know, did you say you posted them on, or with your
no, it's,
okay, do you have, do you need like an email address that belongs to you or anything? No?
I
You
guess.
have that sometime driving,
Yeah. I'm gonna have back of the copy.
what color is this thumb drive, so that we can see it eventually.
I think it's black and red.
Back in there.
It's interesting to see how he's willing to write such documents, kill dozens of people, and talk in such a whiny manner as if his crimes would be pardoned because he acts like a little girl. Now, detectives try to find out what is probably the most important thing for any law enforcement agent in their shoes.
This is very important. Okay. You alone in this?
Yes.
Or is there multiple people? Is there a group of you that said we're gonna do this? Or in certain areas in El Paso? Okay. Do you have any, do you have friends that you're close to? If you had to pick somebody that you're close to and you open up to, who would that person be?
My dad, I guess.
Your dad? I don't know if I'm asking. Okay, so you would say you and your dad have a very good relationship and are very tight, and like you open up to him, or
Really, I guess we don't. But I mean, he thinks that.
okay. Do you have a girlfriend? Okay. Did you share with anyone other than making that post? With anyone else saying what your intentions were, what you were gonna do?
No, I mean, I just didn't want people thinking I was a white supremacist. That's what it comes to it, really.
Okay.
I guess it's not a manifesto. I guess it's a technically manifesto.
Okay.
I just don't want someone misinterpreting it.
Okay. But again, you didn't tell or call somebody, text somebody on the side, email somebody.
But I mean, my family was texting. I just ignored it.
They were texting you prior or
Just like, where are you? I think my sister texted me, where are you, Patrick? I just ignored it. And my brother, if I didn't even look, my brother texted me something, but I just ignored it too.
Okay. And where's your phone at right now?
I dropped it.
Shockingly, his own family had grown suspicious of his recent behavior, noting his isolation and his dark online activities. Yet nothing could have prepared them for the horror he was about to commit. So why would a 21-year-old drive 9 hours to carry out such a horror?
So again, it was just strictly your target was Mexicans. Okay. And your reasoning for Mexicans is because you said you were bullied by.
And that's the real reason. I rationalized in different ways. That sounds pathetic. Say that's really why I killed him. Yeah, that's it.
Okay. You had mentioned that you drove around for a little bit here in El Paso.
I got lost.
Oh, you got lost.
I got lost in the residential area for a while.
And the only thing that led you to this Walmart was because you Googled it. So
Yeah.
what are you looking for?
I guess maybe I was hungry. And it just the spur of the moment I decided.
When you get to this Walmart, can you see that there's, for example, different diverse races, or at this Walmart was there specifically about Mexicans?
I don't remember. I mean, Mexicans look different. Can't really tell someone's Mexican, unless you talk to them. I mean, you can't really, they look just like white Mexicans. I don't know.
In the case report, it describes how he hadn't specifically targeted that Walmart. It was simply the first crowded location he encountered after crossing into El Paso. Detectives then try to figure out his motive for driving to El Paso for 9 hours. His answer is appalling.
And your specific destination was to come here to El Paso just to get away as far as you could from Dallas area.
Yeah, I mean, I would have said them even more, if I did something anywhere close by.
Now, when you left and you decided, you said you left the Walmart, you had called 911 to obviously report it to surrender, as you stated. So when you left, where were you going to head out? Were you going to leave town, or you were just going to move back around and come and
I just want to get out of there.
and eventually stop and call 911 again, or you were leave the city?
I mean, I just had to get away. It's so nasty. God.
It's not often you see a killer describe the crime they committed as nasty. At this point, they were still reviewing CCTV footage to truly understand what happened.
When you go to the Walmart, do you remember what doors you walked into? What section of Walmart you walked into?
I don't know.
Did you have your rifle covered, or did you have it in plain view?
I have a cover for it.
Okay. Did you have it slung over you? So you're just holding it, walking into the Walmart.
I think, yeah.
Okay. Did anybody confront you or say anything to you? Do you
I
recall?
mean, I don't think anyone would approach me with a gun.
Well, yeah, but I'm just, maybe a security guard. Did anybody sit there and say, hey, what do you?
I guess I don't think anyone shot at me or anything. I thought it was going to be gunned down, but
Okay.
actually, I think I was gunned down too. I ran away with a coward.
While Patrick had been relatively calm and still all this time, he had become edgy for the last few minutes, with a visible tremor in his legs. It appears talking about his planned suicide and his cowardly actions clearly unsettled him.
And when you walked into the Walmart, how far would you say you walked into the Walmart?
I don't think I went past the reception area.
You have the registers?
Yeah.
Okay. And then you just started firing the weapon?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you see people falling?
I don't know if this is right. I think they were already in the crowd.
Did you yell anything out loud?
No.
No. Okay. And how long would you say you were inside the Walmart?
I don't know. I think I felt like a clip and I kind of just let it.
Okay. Did you have to reload?
I don't know, maybe.
Okay.
And the bags are there. You can check. I filled them all up.
You fill them all up?
Yeah, I got how much I would need. So
Do you know how many go in that?
those 30.
30?
Yeah.
Okay. How many mags did you have with you?
Like 4 or 5.
4 or 5?
Yeah.
And do you know how many you used? Okay.
No idea.
Okay. Just to clarify something you said, you said that people were running on the floor. So you think you fired when they were on the floor?
Yeah, I don't think I fired anyone else standing up.
Okay, so pretty much I would imagine I'm sure they saw you. They hit the ground and they fired at.
Yeah, I think so. I don't think I fired anyone standing up.
It's quite interesting that he's not remembering any details of the ordeal. Maybe it's his mind being in a state of shock, or a poor attempt to provoke sympathy from the detectives, considering that it all happened mere hours before this interrogation. The detectives then took another break to update themselves on the latest findings from the active investigation happening outside. When they returned, they continued right where they had left off, pressing him once more for details about his manifesto, but this time with a copy.
I want you to and I want to see you just what as far as your manifesto. And that's the one you posted.
Oh yeah, that one. Yeah.
Is that the only one?
Yeah. Sure. That's just. Yes.
Instead, he scopes the page. That the game. Choose.
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah. Think of like this is obscure range. And yeah.
So you different topics that you have in your market.
Best
So you have issues with
nice.
yeah. State Farm, Texas.
Save video or something. It's just for I mean, I went like a day before that. But I mean, they rose the price, so I just like left.
Okay, so you didn't shoot it. So prior to that, you remember how long we went?
Maybe like a week.
A week ago? And it was called Garden Wet.
Shooting range.
Okay. And that's the only place you ever went to go practice?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you have any other weapons at your grandparents' house, your dad's house? Do they own weapons?
Like shotguns.
Shotguns?
Yeah.
Do you own any handguns? Today, when you did the shooting, did you use any handguns? No, just that AK-47. Okay. How much ammo would you say you probably have?
Yeah, I just had whatever was ever in my car.
Okay.
You know, I bought like 1,000 rounds in bulk. So.
1,000 rounds in bulk? Did you bring all 1,000 rounds or had you used other rounds?
Bring it to this cabin I was keeping in my car.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to, dump in my dad's place or whatever, so I had all my possessions in my car before I gave them away.
The question about the ammo, he called it a bunch of Russian ammo. The thing is that he bought 1,000 rounds, enough to fight a small militia. The detective couldn't hide his shock. 1,000 rounds was a significant amount by any means.
And where did you buy the ammo?
I did research over at one point and I wrote it down. It's in there.
Oh, it's here.
I wrote it down in there. For those who would be curious about it, so.
And where did you buy the ammo at?
Somewhere in Russia, it was online.
Online as well. Do you remember the website? No.
There was a while ago that I bought it.
Okay. So you've had the ammo for a while now?
Yeah, it's just high quality Russian ammo.
Okay.
As I can get.
And how much did you spend for that? Because you said you bought it by the bulk, right?
Maybe like 100 to 200, I don't remember.
He stated that he had documented his plans and preparations for people that cared to know, a phrase that feels deeply sinister coming from someone so young. In the very next moment, he unveiled what might have been another motive for his actions.
And it was a good price until I got it.
Now, where do you get money from, Patrick? Because you said that you're not employed.
I used to have a job.
You used to work at
Cinemark. And then
Cinemark, the theater, back in Allen or Plano or in Allen?
I lived there. And then for a while, before they kicked me out, my grandparents gave me a little bit of money. That was like 4 months ago, and they stopped giving it to me. So I wasn't really going right now.
Are your grandparents retired?
Yeah.
Yeah. And your pops, what is he?
My dad,
Your dad.
complicated. He's a counselor, I guess.
Okay. For school district or private or
Well, I don't really call a psychiatrist.
Okay. The son of a psychiatrist who quit his job was kicked out of his grandparents' house and was dead broke. Where could it have gone wrong for him? So detectives shifted the focus to his mental health for answers.
Now, on your way to El Paso, or I just want to backtrack a little bit. I'm just trying to. I want to hear from you. You said you couldn't sleep last night, so around midnight, you just sat there and said, "You know what? I'm going to go to El Paso." Is that what you told yourself, or you just?
It's been a long time. I just didn't think I'd actually do it.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's just I just kind of.
Let me ask you this: what's been a long time coming?
I mean, I've had violent thoughts ever since I was little.
Okay. What kind of violent thoughts?
I just kill stuff. I was thinking it was pretty innocent.
Like, what would you kill?
At least I have a little gun. I just go out and kill a bunch of squirrels and stuff. I mean, just animals, like that.
Okay.
They're very
Okay. So I know you said it's been going on, these violent tendencies, but when did you tell yourself, you know what, I'm going to drive to El Paso and I'm going to shoot people there?
I mean, no. It's just, I guess I just got sick of dealing with it. I got a lot of issues. Just, I'm just gonna.
Okay. But what I'm saying though is you're laying there in bed trying to go to sleep, but you can't.
Yeah.
Did you sit there and say, you know what? Well, you obviously got it in your car and you drove. But at that point in time, did you sit there and tell yourself, I'm driving to El Paso?
I mean, I think so. I mean, it's just, I just realized I didn't want to do it anywhere near Dallas. You know, I don't traumatize my parents. I can't do it. You know, in San Antonio, as a traumatized my brother and his girlfriend.
Have you been to El Paso before?
See my brother like times.
Here, your brother resides here or?
No, like San Antonio.
Oh, San Antonio.
I'm in San Antonio.
Well, not El Paso, have you been to El Paso? So this is your first
Wait, I don't think so. I can't think of a reason why.
The typical answer most mass killers give: having bad thoughts. It was time he told us the famous Nicholas Cruz answer: the demon told me to do it. After this, the detectives keep questioning why he chose El Paso out of every other place he could have chosen.
You have no family here, no friends here, acquaintances, anybody you know.
That's why I picked it as far away now. I just,
But what I'm saying is you get in your car now and you're driving. Did you say, you know what, I'm just gonna drive around a little bit and just see what's up, or did you say I'm going to El Paso?
I decided on El Paso because it's far away. Yeah.
And on your way to El Paso, did you ever stop anywhere else in another city or town and say, I do it here?
They passed through another town. I think a big one. I mean, there were some like really small ones, but
Okay. But did you think about doing it there? No. So your whole intention was to drive to El Paso because it's a bigger city, it's further away, and there's Mexicans here. Is that fair to say?
Yeah.
Once you got here to El Paso, I know you said you got lost. Eventually you Googled Walmart. Okay. Now, the Walmart that you went to, was it, when you Googled it, was it the closest Walmart to where you were at?
So it was just the first result. I'm not sure if that's the closest or not.
Okay, it's the first result. Okay, so you didn't go by other Walmarts, right? Now, if you wouldn't have chosen a Walmart here in El Paso, where else do you think you might have gone here in this area?
The thing.
Yes, it is.
I mean, I didn't really have a plan.
So you didn't look like for another store, you know? Walmart just kind of stood out.
I guess, yeah.
The detectives know such a meticulously planned operation rarely unfolds in a vacuum. It was difficult to believe he acted on this entirely alone.
Had you had it in the trunk all this time, or the back seat, front seat?
Just,
In the trunk.
yeah.
I know, obviously, we asked if there was anybody else with you here in El Paso, and you said absolutely not. However, these thoughts that you were having, or the fact that it was the last minute that you decided to come to El Paso, did you share this with anybody? Any friend?
You know, have any
Okay,
friends.
okay, so nobody like said, you know what, I'll do something like this with you, but then they might have backed down or anything like that. It's just
Yes.
Could anyone stand you to do this? Instruct you to do this?
I mean, I guess part of me wanted to mean something. So, yeah, it wasn't like, if you read it, you'll see what I mean. I just didn't want it to be like, I told a bunch of the people, died. I guess, pathetic.
You're saying that you didn't want to kill a bunch of innocent people?
I thought I did it. I didn't realize how bad. I thought it was someone would shoot back. I don't know. I'm saying it's all there. Figured I'd die. Someone was gonna be down, but I guess throw it in there, pick guns.
Did you have this manifest already now, where you just have to get sent?
Yeah, I wrote it out, like I finished writing it out maybe like a week ago or something.
So you were saying about a week ago you knew that this was gonna happen soon.
I mean, It was in the back of my mind. Yeah, I wasn't sure if I was actually going to do it.
Seeing that he was opening up much more, the detectives decided to press him more to see if he was alone or if this was a much more convoluted scheme with a possibly worse outcome.
Have you ever had any thoughts or desires to possibly join a group of some sort?
I don't know what group that would be.
Okay, just no group that's going around, you know, like for example, planning to hurt people.
You know,
Sure, simple to sense, just that. You're not.
yeah, it's very immediate. That's exactly.
Shooting on the internet to have problems, substance abuse, ear brains, earmuffs, ear protection, second protection of ear. That's anti-diagnosis, especially drugs.
It's the sailing concept. I'm just not going to. Yes. Just I think it PhD has. Yes. It's just like it's
So you're no medication, right? You're
no medication.
no medications.
As they prepared to conclude this strange session, the detectives collected his saliva sample for lab tests, and in a final act that showed just how disconnected Patrick was to the severity of his crime, he asked this next.
Patrick, is there anything else to cover or you would like to say?
No, if I just say I'm guilty, I just get the trial. No. And I'm guilty.
Yes, of course, but is there anything else you'd like to say? No,
My parents be allowed in the trial.
I'm sure. Okay.
He didn't even think of saying, "I'm sorry." The shooting claimed 23 lives. Among them were grandparents, high school students, a retired bus driver, and parents who died shielding their children. In February 2023, Patrick Crusius pled guilty to 90 federal charges, including hate crimes and firearm violations. His admission secured a sentence of 90 consecutive life terms without the possibility of parole. Then, in a separate state case concluded in April 2025, nearly 6 years after the shooting, he pleaded guilty to 23 counts of capital murder and 22 counts of aggravated assault.
Under cause number 2020 0D0 2631 to the offense of capital murder is alleged in the indictment. Do you wish to enter a plea of guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
And under cause number 2023 0D0 5832 to the 22 counts of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon is alleged in the indictment. Do you wish to enter pleas of guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
And are you pleading guilty because you are guilty and for no other reason?
Yes, Your Honor.
At the request of many victims' families, prosecutors did not seek the death penalty. Instead, he received an additional 23 life sentences. With both federal and state sentences firmly in place, Patrick Crusius will spend every remaining day of his life behind bars, even if he lives 10,000 days. If you enjoyed our production, make sure to like and subscribe, and don't forget to watch the next one.
This is 26-year-old Gavin. He's a college graduate, loving husband, and he's in the U.S. Army Reserves. Tomorrow, he's set to be deployed for 18 months. But before he does that, he's coming to a McDonald's restaurant to order something that's not on the dollar menu. Cupcake. That's right. Today, he's throwing his entire career away for one lucky night with our adult decoy. But the real question is it all really worth it? Find out on this explosive episode of To Escape a Predator, where we dive deep into the mind of Gavin. Once I got there, I was like, this. I know this. I know this. Okay. I know this. Now we've got a lot of Predator pasta to dish out here. So sit back, relax, and enjoy this episode of To Escape a Predator. All right, boys. It's your boy Skeet Hansen back at it again. It's a crazy tropical rainstorm going on right now in the hood of Roseville, Michigan. And this is going really fast right now. We're about to catch this guy. His name is Gavin. He is at the McDonald's on Gratiot Ave right now to ready to meet this. This guy is in the Army Reserves. He's supposed to get deployed tomorrow at around 3 in the morning. He's supposed to be deployed for 14 months in Columbus. Before he does that, he is wanting to meet up with and have sex with him. And, we just can't have that, obviously. So we're going to go to this gas station here. He's right there at that McDonald's. And we're going to get set up here and everything. We told him 8 o'clock to be at that McDonald's. It's 7:36. This guy is very, just very on time. He's punctual. He is 26 years old. And he even says at some point, he says, how do I know that you aren't police? Whoever he reports to at the Army, I don't think they're going to be happy about him coming to be for sex. And at some point, sent a pic. So we got that going on. Asked her for nudes. He's open to getting a hotel girl. So pretty crazy. They've never caught an Army guy before. Pretty crazy that he's willing to throw his whole career away just for one lucky night. And he did acknowledge that in the conversation. He said, I could lose everything. I don't know why he's doing it. So let's check in with the decoy. She should be pulling up here any minute. He is already in there. What's up? This guy's punctual. They're very early. Oh, he's eating inside? Oh, perfect. Was it home? That is the picture. Him. This might be the McDonald's. She said he's definitely not in here. I think he's in the drive-thru or something. He's parking. He's coming in. We got him. Now we'll just wait till we hear him, and then we'll head over. Most people allowed at the bars on Friday nights trying to get bitches. We're going to catch predators. So we're bringing bitches. Sure. This dumbass, she said he's ordering at the kiosk, and I'm just sitting here. I got that's awkward. He doesn't even see me. So now he's just acting dumb, just gonna act like he doesn't see her. I think being that he's like 26, he probably has seen these type of videos before, and probably just wouldn't chance it. Like, yeah. We got the license plate number. Okay, yep, we got the picture of his ad stuff there. He's just got to interact with it. So he's right here at the kiosk ordering. She took a video of him. It's fun though. Yeah. He just walked out with food. He's in the drive-thru now. He sent me a code to use in the drive-thru. Well, he's not leaving though. He sent him a snap of her in there again. So he just came in there, didn't even look around, just placed an order, got his food, and just walked out. Just picking up the order. There he is. Okay. Yeah, we're good. Let's go.
Oh my gosh, this is so cute.
I think he might have got a Happy Meal.
Thank you. Sorry, I'm bored.
Maybe it might be this one. Pretty sure.
Yeah, this is an ADXD, that's it. Yep, yeah, just mark it where we are. I don't care what's handicap. Let's go. Go, Gavin. You here to let me know before you get deployed for 18 months? Do you like watching videos like the one you're watching now? There's more videos just like this, uncut, uncensored, and ad-free at SkeeterG.com. Get on your computer or mobile device right now and head on over to SkeeterG.com. For only $7 a month, you can gain access to early extended video, full Predator chat logs, phone calls, membership acknowledgements, and more. Also, due to their strict guidelines, some of this content can never be shown on YouTube. So what are you waiting for? Break out that credit card. Enjoy the Skeeter G Moguls community today. No? So what are we doing? What's that? Nothing? Oh. Okay, let me ask you. This look like nothing. That's you, right? No, it's not. Well, you know we have you on video too. No, this be you on video last night. Video chat with a. And you're on. No, you're in the Army Reserves, right? We pull up your LinkedIn and everything. Do you think we have the wrong guy? Yeah. So what's your name? You take me. Take you where? It would be to the police station. Gavin? Gavin? We got the police on standby here, Gavin. You dropped something. Gavin? Gavin? He's getting away. We have a plate number. We want to go to the police station, Gavin? You're reporting us? We have everything. Gavin? 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 Your sergeant, everyone's going to know about this. Gavin? Be like that. He's in the party. That's probably not. You guys hang with me. Sick. Sorry for the disruption, folks. This thing, this etiquette. Oh, this is cool. Yeah, it's over. You're here. So you're already on camera. It's for everyone's safety, okay? No. You can follow us, yeah. You can just follow us. We're making the report anyway. You might as well just come with us. Well, follow us. We're going to be into the police station. We're going to hit that turnaround right there. Then we're going to Roseville. Follow me? Okay, because you know we have all your info anyway. We're going and your phone, so. Okay. Just making sure. Okay, you follow us. Okay, we'll see you there. What's that? It's just not going to be up for negotiation, unfortunately. Yeah, I mean, you know, you came to me to. Okay, you just follow us. Yeah, it was different. We'll see if he actually does it. Either way, we're making a report. So, yeah, he came back like looking for his phone. Yeah, so now he's coming to the police station with us.
He's going, wait, he's going to the police station with you guys?
Yeah, he's following us. He's right behind us right now. So,
Are you serious?
yeah, so we'll see you in a second.
Oh my gosh, okay.
Yeah. See that? I think this came to meet you like this, Gavin. Do you mind if I just ask you why? I don't want to talk at all. Okay. Am I being arrested? You can we can head in now if you want. Am I being arrested? You're not being arrested. It's not custody. We're not. We're just a third party. Yeah, we just report everything. So, I mean, you even ask her, you know, for nudes and all that. That's to see your breasts. Do you want to pick before bed? And, you know, last night you sent the, you know, the penis picture. So it's just, even when she's concerned about hurting, you say if you suck enough and get it wet, it probably won't hurt. We're going right in here. So just nothing you have to say. Hours before deployment, though? I just can't fathom. Which cardio in the middle? Of the fall. What's that? Of the fall. That's quite the fall, quite the slip and fall. It's a little wet out. I mean, it's, you know, it happens. You know. Would have been nice just to, you know, have a cordial conversation about it. That's all I want to do. You know. Hi, we just need to report an individual of 26 years old who showed up to a McDonald's nearby today for sex. He is here with us. Okay. So let me ask you, what was the actual plan tonight? Like after you met her, I know you're going to McDonald's and all that, but we're at the police station, yeah. We can just still talk. Good. Okay, I just want to know what the curious. Want to know what the plan was. Oh. Hello. Hi. So this is Gavin. He showed up to a McDonald's nearby to meet a decoy or sting operation to have sex with her afterwards. He sent multiple graphic images, had a fully let on sexually charged conversation with the decoy before showing up. And he willingly came to the police station with us. He just followed behind us. We do have his device as well because he dropped it when he was there at McDonald's. So we're just here to report that. Okay. What's your position in the army? Well, now, but no, you don't have overtime to be professional with you. That's what we're doing. That's not what you're professional. I understand. Right? I understand. It's fine. And I mean, you did acknowledge that it could ruin your life essentially. You could lose everything. So I just don't understand just what made you do it today. You know? I mean, no adults to hang out with on a Friday or, you know, it's just what I don't understand. You're about 27 years old, isn't it? I think 26, 27. I mean, I imagine you're in tune with the internet today, right? You on the internet? Well, I know you met this girl on Chat IP. But besides that, you browse the internet. Are you social media or anything? Because I'm sure at some point you have seen these types of things going on for these sort of sting operations and whatnot. Because I'm sure you know that's what this is. You can vote on that. Just being that you probably know that they go on. I just wonder, you know, why that wasn't a thought. And I think I did ask her, she was a cop before. Was another. If you thought that to begin with, why even continue the conversation? Just
I think he's done talking.
See one day.
He triggered some response. Half trouble about
Flip flops.
and flip flops.
I would be nice to slide.
Yeah. You know, he just decided this is the fit today. Now, one of the defects, even write a caption. This is what you see giving head. It's like the back of your. It's just.
Have a seat. We're having lots of them.
Okay.
Once you already thirsty.
He's pretty thirsty in this chat log. You gotta let that out. That one got a little bit. Is there anything you have to say that you want people to know? You know, your family. A lot of people are going to see this. I'm just going to be real with you. Is there just anything you have to say to them, your loved ones, anyone you care about? I mean, honestly, we didn't want you to even do anything like this. We saw everything on LinkedIn.
Like, yeah. What you say to me? You say to me? You're right. I don't know. It's going to share a cigarette. That is agendas. It's based on agenda. And one shared interest. Interest is, at least he said this. Maybe I'll please stay this way. This word, we really something. Never be afraid. It's not what you do. He says, that flash really quickly. If they did, where they were coming. This work. This is not. They were saying. You should make you. So they think about that money. Bank, yeah. You know, the generations run I've been on, the money, the fame. I'll be honest with you, I made a lot of money this summer. I made a lot of money, and it feels good. And I got a lot of support this month. Here, a lot of views, a lot of followers. A lot of people are saying, congratulations, I bet it feels good. I haven't lost any sensitivity to any of that. You want to know why? Because when I was 21 years old, I woke up one day and $500,000 was frozen in my checking account with no explanation. And my face went pale as a ghost. Because 4 months after that, I tried to get on an airplane, and they told me, you're not allowed to fly this. And I was on the no-fly list for a year. Because I had to spend $250,000 that year just to stay out of prison and hire very expensive attorneys. Because I
Now I'm getting a little bit of notoriety. I'm making a little bit of money. I'll tell you something. It doesn't make a fucking difference. If they ban me tomorrow, if they froze my money tomorrow, I would go back on Cozy TV live at 8 o'clock or midnight or 3 a.m. or whenever I feel like. Because I'm not doing it for the money. I'm not doing it for the fame or the notoriety. I'm not even doing it to be liked. I don't care if you like me. I don't care if you give me adulation or praise. I'm doing it because at 18 years old, tell the truth about Israel. And from the very beginning, over by the people that hate our country.
This cat became a monk and has been meditating in the temple for 5 years. Since he was little, he's never eaten meat. Every day, when the temple bell rings, he starts his daily meditation. Draped in robes, prayer beads around his neck. He sits quietly in front of the Buddha statue, eyes full of devotion. What could he be thinking? As the wooden fish drum echoes through the temple, the monks begin their prayers, and the cat bows deeply too. Soon, he closes his eyes. He's let go of all distractions. Nothing can shake his devotion. He stays like this for hours. For 5 straight years, rain or shine, this cat has bowed before the Buddha. His focused expression almost feels enlightened. Some visitors even believe he's the reincarnation of the Buddha. A monk explained 5 years ago. He found the cat collapsed near the temple gate. He took him in. Since then, the cat has followed the monks, praying and meditating every day.
Read this thing recently that at the height of the Roman Empire's power, when the generals would be at war in the midst of battle, and the night before over the ranking generals to make a decision, they would have this exercise where they would ask themselves, if we were our worst enemy right now, meaning the guys across the battlefield who were going to fight us, if we were our worst enemy right now, what decision would us make? Would always land on like the most emotional UI for an I type decision. They'd be like, okay, let's do the opposite of it. And they won again, and again, and again. And it is so easy now. It's human nature to get angry at people who attack you incessantly with lies. And I want to punch these people. I'm from New Jersey, trust me. Like, I did not do with it well. But you gotta, like, go into a room, scream into a pillow, and think, what am I going to do with this so that I can rise above it? Do I want to be more Malcolm X, or do I want to be more Martin Luther King? I read this thing recently that at the height of the Roman Empire's power. Want to get a mansion, a jacuzzi? In fact, if you read the Bible, the greatest characters of the Bible are some who are sinners. Look at David. David committed adultery, murdered the man to cover up his sins. Look at Solomon. Look at it. Because God is telling you, look, your eyes shouldn't be on them. They're flesh like you, though this creature. Your eyes be on me, who works through sinners to give you hope. That if this sinner can be forgiven and be used, I can use you too. And secondly, as long as you keep your eye on me, I will exalt you. If you exalt yourself, I will have to humble you, because I'm not putting you in the business to have people be your followers. The Bible pretty much tells you like this. So no man becomes a center of attention but Christ. The Bible says he takes broken vessels so that people will know the power is not in you, it's from God. Because God does the impossible with individuals that no one would think would be possible that could be used. So you can get to it. This is in 1 Corinthians 1, 18 and 31. It says it right there. 1 Corinthians 1, 18. God wants to show his glory. Justin Bieber didn't attend his wife Hailey Bieber's birthday bash because he was too busy on a live stream singing a song about being stuck in a relationship and longing for someone to
Please go out. Just send me details. Yeah, the dad's
But I don't
One time, my friends and I went camping, and nobody could start a campfire. And I tried to start a campfire, and I could. That's insane.
You take my love, you know? Follow the leader. Don't go so far. Welcome to the area. Who's your coming already? We haven't even started. I didn't even ask anything yet. What is our last? This is just something we do every 5 minutes. It's our ritual. So sorry when we didn't hear people. But now we're out again. So, how are your guys' day going so far? Really? Nobody's ever asked me that before. Well, that's just the fuck up. She's doing fixing things like her thing. There's nothing wrong with this, but. Yeah, Ariana, I noticed your nails look really, really good. I'm like, thank you. Yeah, here, look, you want to see? Yeah. Just want to can't do anything. Oh, cute. Please, not gay or black. Does it alarm? Honestly, just don't go for the Lord said you are the salt of the earth. Said you are the salt of the earth. You are the one I'm placed there to make a difference. You are the one I'm placed there to pray. You are the one I'm placed there to fight. This is us caring about the things around us that the devil's trying to take from us and us fighting to get that territory back. So, this is your identity. He didn't say you will be the salt. He said you are the salt right now. He said, but if the salt loses its taste, how should the thing be salted again or be restored? And when we read that, it sounds crazy to me because we know that salt can't lose its saltiness. But in the first century AD, when it didn't have the chemicals to keep the salt pure, sometimes in an attempt to make the salt more powerful, they would mix the salt with other substances, thinking it would make the salt more strong. And anytime salt mixed with impure substances, it would lose its saltiness. They would take the salt and throw it out the window on the floor. This is the Lord saying to my children, if you keep mixing with all these impure substances, if you keep mixing with all of these impurities, you lose your saltiness. What is your saltiness? It is your Christian influence. It is your Christian witness. And he says that if you keep mixing with all these impurities, then you lose your influence. This is why you can't be posting pictures of you in the club on Saturday and then posting pictures of you in church on Sunday. You got people watching you. And if you want to come and talk to them about Jesus on Tuesday, they're not going to listen to anything you have to say because you're losing your influence with them. They think the church is a joke because we act that way. That's why the church is a clown in every movie that you see. We are the butt of the jokes of society because they don't take us serious, because then we don't take the gospel and the word of God serious. You care about likes, you care about status, you care about money, you care about fame, you care about platforms, but we don't care enough about our Christian witness.
Do you ladies need anything before we begin?
Yeah, like that your tires are like a half. That's not a half in a Jewish person. No, I'm asking a question. Okay. Yeah. It's just again. I would never see it from back here. Why it's not there. Yeah. I'm telling you, like I know. You know, the weather today here, pretty gloomy, pretty bad. So I want to ask, what religious factors really go into it? How can we change that? How can we make this easier? Just like, what do you think? I don't know if this guy is, but he's talking, so I think about that. Wait, are you dressed up in the work posture? Like, look, that's real chaos. You're asking about choosing calling the weather? No, I'm asking about what religious factors he makes. Okay, I just want to know if you're trolling. I'm not trolling. Okay, serious question. Because that would be fun. Yeah, like that your tires are like a half. That's not a half in a Jewish person. No, I'm asking a question. Okay, there. It's too thank you again. I would never see it from like why it's not all into your players. Yeah. I'm telling you, like I know. You know the weather today here.
You see, there is something rather extraordinary that happens to a person around the age of 40. Not to everyone, mind you, but to those who have been paying attention, to those who have not been entirely asleep in the first half of their life. See,
Tell by your day was. Don't be naive. I was naive when I was younger. I said, I didn't really let anything happen. Anything's gonna happen. Now it's happening. Tell by your day was. It is. And I can't believe this shit's going on. Tell by your day was. Tell by your day was. Jeffrey's entanglement with he says, I'm dealing with you in Israel, making me crazy. Second bit, Dostoevsky warned us. It's fucking time. F-L-I, because we gotta.
Remember this clown from Insider. In this scene, he tries to get the children's attention. Fails. When we look at his emotions, we see that they're all just sad clowns. But in the background, where his memories are, almost every one of them is sad, except for one. Remember,
You're Lisa? Was home with you that you're the goddamn mama, your brother is.
Oh, you were talking about how your pussy got blown out.
Yes, let's talk about my pussy.
And I just love talk because I focus on men's work, but a lot of people online are like, can you talk more about the women's lineages?
I mean, You all right? Can you hear me? Okay. You're good. Okay. What am I big?
Yes. They just keep coming.
Oh, what die? Get inside! Get inside! Get inside! Get your house down! Let's go! Light 'em up. Go inside now! Get in the house!
Get in.
Is pet peeves and gloating?
Get back.
I want you out of my.
While spinning a Burger King cheeseburger in front of Mr. Pickles.
What I don't like is if the business is true that you left your mom's in the hood, somebody go smoke that. You don't need to.
That's Orthodox Jew. Is that Orthodox Jewish people? It appears so, yes. Those people are wild, man. We had a garbage man on, right? He said the worst people that he came across were the Tux Jewish people. He said the kids would come out and tell him he's gonna fuck himself. But the moms was like, they get rowdy. They were getting rowdy during COVID. I think I heard maybe those tunnels were so they could continue to go. Synagogue there because of COVID. Well, they locked that down. Right. No, that's what that's what, well that right. The media in your nose. Yeah. So here's a guy coming out of the grave. The guy coming out of the grave is one of the most anti-Semitic things I've ever seen. Oh wow. Where is this guy going, dude? To get a rebate? Yeah, that's insane. Coming out of the grave. There's no denying it. There's tunnels that is fine. Oh, yeah. It is. There's nothing we can do about it. You know, we're not trying to be. Oh, I don't think we're being bad people or anything because these guys popped up out of a fucking tunnel. And they got out of the tunnel. So great. That's Orthodox Jew. Is that Orthodox Jewish people? It appears so, yeah. For a while, man. We had a garbage man on, right? And we were said the worst people that he came across were all the Tux Jewish people. New York did. He said the kids would come out and tell the play figure no longer works this time because the mud dirtied his spotless porcelain. I hear the argument. You're right, dude. Fucking look at this guy believes in the mutilation. Like, dude, you feel less. I'm gonna keep it a buck, brother. I don't need to feel more. I'm already busting in 5 fucking seconds. Okay, I don't need to feel more. I don't know what that argument is. Okay, we have more nerve receptors. I don't need any more nerve receptors. I'm busting in 5 fucking seconds flat. Fortunately, I am cause I don't want to hear the argument. You're right, dude. Fucking look at this guy believes in the mutilation. Like, dude, you feel less. I'm gonna keep it a buck, brother. I don't need to feel more. I'm already busting in 5 fucking seconds. Okay, I don't need to feel more. I don't know what that argument is. Okay, we have more nerve receptors. I don't need any more nerve receptors. I'm busting in 5 fucking seconds flat. Candace Owens just dropped a bombshell tweet claiming that Brigitte and Emmanuel Macron led Candace's assassination. 2 days ago, Candace said that she was contacted by some high-ranking French government official. And according to this source, when she met herself, French President Emmanuel Macron and his wife Brigitte have allegedly earmarked Candace's assassination. Apparently, a small team national gendarmerie intervention has been activated, including one Israeli operative and plans
fully formal. Candace claims that her source provided solid proof of their position close to Macron's. Even more alarming, her source claims the assassin who targeted Charlie Kirk trained with the French Foreign Legion's 13th Brigade, which I think we all know at this point Tyler Robinson was not training with them. She also states that Xavier Boussard's life is also in grave danger, as he's the source of the story of the whole Brigitte Macron being a man case. And as if things couldn't get worse, she says she doesn't know who in the U.S. government can be trusted because her source claims that there are U.S. officials that are aware of this. We're living out a movie in real time right now.
She asked who I really was.
You're a saint. You're a... You watch the Minecraft movie?
Yeah.
Want to hear some votes for the movie? You know, I don't work out.
Hitler didn't want to. Hitler didn't want to exterminate the Jews at the time. He wanted to expel the Jews.
Can you say that again? Just the way you said.
Want to. He wanted to expel the Jews.
Can you say that again? Just the way you said.
Want to exterminate the Jews at the time. He wanted to expel the Jews.
Can you say that again? Just the way you said.
Hitler didn't want to exterminate the Jews at the time. He wanted to expel the Jews.
Can you say that again? Just the way you said.
Hitler didn't want to exterminate the Jews at the time. He wanted to expel the Jews.
Can you say that again? Just the way you said.
Hitler didn't want to exterminate the Jews at the time. He wanted to expel the Jews.
Can you say that again? Just the way you said.
Hitler didn't want to exterminate the Jews at the time. He wanted to expel the Jews.
Can you say that again?
I bet Hitler definitely. Actually, no, he meant that. Yes, I think he did go. Like, nice. Can't believe it's worked. That's crazy. This idea, you know?
Crazy, man.
This is crazy when you put your mind to something. To see it here, brick and mortar. I didn't think Hitler was punked. He was like, holy shit, man. You think Hitler was always like, every once in a while you go to take a step back and be like, we did it, you know?
That's like, it sounds like a Louis C.K. thing.
Definitely. Hitler killed himself, reminds me of that. Hitler just, when he killed himself in a bunker with all his boys. And the Soviets were like in Berlin, they were like, oh, they're about to get him. He was about to get caught, but he was like, he was like, why?
She's the midget commander. She's yelling commands at the midget. Yeah.
You guys see that?
Why is it coming?
Hey, Queen.
So we started the life cycle unit today in Sunday school. So we had a baby doll and the naming ceremony thing, and then we made her robes.
Interesting. Very cool. Very cool.
They responded very well to it.
Yeah, obviously.
It looks like it was really fun. Yeah. You good?
Yeah. Oh my god, this freaking fly. Bro. This one fly has been absolutely like whooping my ass. Okay, well, I'm eating right now.
My presentation was really funny. People liked it.
Oh yeah, it was cool.
Yeah, you were in it.
Were you nice?
Yes, I made a separate section for the boyfriends as like a bonus little thing.
Were you nice to the boyfriends?
Yes, did it in Mikey.
So no, you weren't.
I wasn't even there, so.
Oh well, okay. Yes, thank you, Sarah. I definitely wanted to be a soldier.
The other guy, and then the other one was the experience.
That's sick.
Yeah.
That's good. Okay, bye. I'll call you back. Love you. All right.
San Jose, but Stanley was trapped. 75's impact into the South Tower mainly took place between the floors of 77 to 85. At least 600 people. At the time the plane struck the South Tower, at least of them survived. Here are their stories and their length.
A plane crash on the southern tip of Manhattan. You're looking at the World Trade Center. We understand that a plane had crashed over the North Tower was hit at 8:46 a.m. Employees of Eurobrokers on the South Tower's 84 around the TV in disbelief. Initial eyewitnesses and news reporters believed that a small plane, possibly a private jet or a commuter plane, had accidentally veered off course and crashed into the North Tower. What was that? Like a plane crash. What is that? Somebody hit the World Trade Center or the Trade Center, World Trade Center. Fire on the upper floors.
What's the big plane?
It was like 767 on the Airlines and American Airlines. I saw it.
American Airlines.
Oh, I think it stayed in there. That building's going to collapse.
Those on the 84th floor did not realize that a second plane was just moments away from crashing into their own tower. Right wing sliced through the 84th floor, causing an immediate catastrophic explosion and fire. Many of the desks were completely destroyed, and those who were in the direct path of the wing were instantly killed.
Keep in mind when you see a plane, crash into the World Trade Center.
Rescue efforts. I would imagine there's still a number of people inside those buildings.
The impact destroyed stairwells and elevators above the 78th floor. This left anyone on the 84th floor with no way to escape. However, a man named Brian Clark on the 84th floor wasn't going to go down easy. Brian found himself as one of the few who could still move on the 84th floor. A half dozen of those who were still able to walk immediately stumbled into Stairwell A. Stairwell A was the only stairwell in the South Tower that remained at least partially intact above the impact. Stairwells B and C were closer to where the plane made impact with the building, and this whole side was completely destroyed and engulfed in flames. As a small group of people made their way down Stairwell A,
They reached a landing on the 81st floor and ran into another group that had survived the initial impact. This cluster of survivors were hurrying up the stairs, shouting that the stairs below them were blocked by a raging fire. This group believed that their only hope was making it onto the roof and awaiting a rescue from a helicopter. Brian's group now wasn't sure what to do. Without having much time to think, most of Brian's colleagues agreed going to the roof was their only option. They followed the other cluster and began climbing back up stairwell A, heading towards the top floor. But at that moment, Brian heard something else. He heard a faint cry coming from the 81st floor. Somebody was yelling, "Help! Help me! I'm buried! Is anybody there?" Brian decided to follow this voice into the smoke-filled floor, joined by just one other coworker, Ron DeFrancesco. The air was even more suffocating down here, as it was right at the heart of the plane's impact. Yet, the two men kept moving towards whoever was yelling for their help. Eventually, Ron started panicking because of how thick the smoke was. Ron decided continuing any further would certainly lead to death, so he turned back and ran up stairwell A to join the group from earlier. Brian pressed forward alone, using just a tiny flashlight to cut through the darkness. In the office space that was ripped apart from the crash, Brian found a man that was yelling for help, buried in a pile of rubble. Stanley Pragnath, an executive for Fuji Bank, was somehow still alive. The wing of Flight 175 crashed through his office, stopping only just a few feet away from where he was crouched under his desk. Stanley was alive, but he was crushed under the rubble, separated from Brian by drywall. Brian initially urged Stanley to climb over the wall. Stanley, who was injured and disoriented, was unable to do so. To climb over it, Stanley started punching and clawing at the drywall. He was able to create a small opening, and Brian could then see Stanley. Brian reached his arm in and yelled at Stanley to grab on. Miraculously, Brian was able to pull Stanley through the opening in the wall. Brian then put his arm around Stanley and said, "Come on, buddy, let's go home." They were now in this together, but they were still far from making it out alive. The two then stumbled back into stairwell A, barely able to breathe at this point. Once they got to the stairwell, Stanley wanted to go up, and Brian wanted to find a way to go down. Brian argued with Stanley, saying that a roof rescue was going to be impossible, and their only shot at survival was going to be making it down somehow. Stanley finally agreed, and down stairwell A they went. The stairwell was barely still intact, however, as they had to navigate around the destroyed walls, push through thick smoke, and climb over debris. They moved as quickly as they could, knowing that the building wasn't going to stand much longer. They were surrounded by the ominous groans of the building, signaling that its structure was weak. Once they finally made it below the impact zone, it was just then a race to keep descending. Along the way, they passed injured people, terrified workers, and some sitting down, unable to go any further. While the civilians were heading down to safety, Brian and Stanley passed many firefighters who were going up into the danger. The FDNY firefighters were climbing up one after one, carrying heavy gear, oxygen tanks, and hoses, determined to reach the upper floors. Stanley and Brian made the final push and stumbled into the lobby of the South Tower. The scene was almost unreal, for even down here, marble walls were shattered, glass doors were blown out, and there was debris covering the World Trade Center plaza. Firefighters and the NYPD were yelling at people to get out of the building and run as far away as possible. Stanley and Brian then made it out onto Church Street and began running for their lives. But back up above the impact zone, panic was setting in. Rough estimates was that there were 600 to 700 people at or above the impact zone, from floors ranging between 77 to 110 in the South Tower. Most people on these floors gathered in conference rooms or near windows on the floors above the crash. Some were waving jackets and shining flashlights out the building, praying that helicopters would come rescue them. Others were making calls to loved ones and 911, explaining the situation. Everyone up here felt effectively trapped, knowing the stairwells were likely completely destroyed. Many thought they should just stay in place and wait for help, but an IT manager named Richard Fern had just about the exact opposite idea. Before we get into Richard's story, I need to take a moment to tell you about the sponsor of today's video, Plot AI. Sometimes with this channel, I'll interview people for well over an hour and end up with transcripts that are pages and pages long. And I know I'm not the only one. In client meetings, team calls, and even college lectures, we've all walked away drowning in notes. That's where this AI-powered meeting assistant called Claude comes in. It can record up to 30 hours nonstop, and unlike your phone, you don't have to worry about the battery draining, storage panic, or call interruptions. After a recent call I had Plot Note Pro generate a full transcript with speaking label, come up with the main themes we talked about, and had to write down specific details and examples within these different themes. You can customize how these notes look though, where you could ask Plot to come up with a summary, to-do lists for the whole team, and even an analysis of everyone's perspectives. I have to say my favorite feature of Plot though is the Ask Plot feature, which is like having a second brain for my work. I can literally ask it to brainstorm new video ideas with me, draft a new script for my video, or even search back through calls, like what did a client say 3 weeks ago about the budget. When I started using Claude, I was pretty Claude protects your own data with end-to-end encryption and uses AWS cloud services. It's designed to help me, not sell my data. Using my code Uncovering, you'll get 20% off a Claude product today. After the first plane hit, the intercom in the building was trying to assure everyone that they were all going to be okay. Richard had the gut feeling that he needed to get out though. He headed towards the elevator and pressed down. But as Richard stepped into the elevator on the 84th floor, it was at this exact moment that Flight 175 hit the South Tower. The elevator car shook. Richard got thrown to his hands and knees and knew exactly what had just happened. If the doors had already closed, he would have been trapped and therefore dead, but luckily they had not. Richard hurried out of the elevator and ran immediately to stairwell A. Richard opened the door on the 84th floor and looked down into the stairwell. It was smoky and dark, but he didn't think it was bad enough to where you wouldn't want to go down. Richard had to rely on his memory to get down the stairs, as well as a thin glow-in-the-dark stripe that ran along the steps in order to guide him down the stairwell. The most critical test came once Richard made it to the 78th floor. When he reached this floor, his heart sank. A heavy concrete wall, knocked loose by the impact, had fallen and completely blocked up the stairwell. Two other people were also standing there, feeling lost as to what they should do. Richard, without saying anything, lifted his hands under the massive slab, and with a surge of adrenaline, he lifted the concrete wall. The wall came up just enough to rest on the banister, creating a small opening barely enough for someone to go through. Richard, followed by the two others, squeezed under the wall and continued downwards. Floor after floor, Richard continued down, passing by many firefighters who were only heading up. As he got closer to the ground, the day there, he saw injured people, some with severe burns, being carried down the stairs. Richard was fortunate enough to make it out of the lobby though, started running for his life. Richard was known as only one of the people to survive the 81st floor. Though Richard made it out alive with just moments to spare, the very last survivor was truly just seconds away from his death. Up on the 91st floor, Francesco and his group moving up stairwell A. They were hoping to reach the rooftop and wave down ahead. There, Block was the one who left Brian Clark as Brian was trying to reach Stanley Plainmouth. As Ron and his group made it to the 91st, Ron started heading down slow. Tom rescued him immediately. He remembered not seeing any helicopters coming to rescue people on the North Tower. South Tower 2. Seen him out of smoke. He had an intense feeling of regret and a sudden of his wife and children. He knew he had to turn back. He had a lonely and terrifying descent. He had no idea what was below. He was just hoping that the ropes moving from earlier was wrong. The air was becoming hotter and was sickening smell of burning jet fuel. He had to rely on his sense of touch and vision, using the light from his cell phone screen to see just a few feet in front of him. As he approached the impact floors, which was from 84th to 75th, he could hear the constant groaning of the building, the terrifying pops of the glass panes that were exploding with pressure. The fire was also warm. When he got to the 82nd and 81st floors, the damage was catastrophic. The stairwell wasn't completely destroyed, but it was filled with the debris from the collapsed ceilings of the office. He had to climb over chunks of concrete and twisted metal. He also had to pass through floors in the impact zone that were engulfed in flames. He later recalled seeing orange flames coming through the cracks in the doors and hearing screams of people trapped on the floors that he was passing. His clothes were singed from the fire, and he was getting burns all across his body. His contacts even melted into his eyes. Despite the nearly impossible odds, Long made it past 475 and was now below the impact zone, but badly injured. The smoke was still strong, but his adrenaline was now insanely high, knowing that he had a shot at making it out alive. So Long continued down the stairs. He passed firefighters courageously making their way upwards. Against all odds, Long made it to the ground floor lobby. The journey had taken 10 to 15 minutes, but he later described it as feeling like an eternity. The lobby was chaotic, with emergency responders and people shouting for him to evacuate. Ron, with his body running on pure adrenaline, managed to stumble out of the building and onto Church Street. He had barely made it out onto the street when the unthinkable happened. 2, 2, 1. Closest we can get to the base of the World Trade Center. You can see the firemen assembled here, police officers, FBI agents, and you're seeing the two towers. A huge explosion now. The entire street engulfed into a massive cloud of dust and debris. The noise was also deafening. Long got slammed to the ground by falling debris, getting hit in the back of the head. He had lost consciousness, but the last thing he remembered was seeing the massive cloud of gray dust rolling over him. Ronald DeFrancesco woke up days later in the hospital with severe burns, a head injury, and multiple broken bones, but he was somehow still alive. He had turned back on the 91st floor, went down a stairwell that others were saying was completely blocked, and became the last known survivor to make it out of the South Tower. While many articles and videos refer to there being 4 people who escaped the South Tower at or above the impact zone, other publications say that there was closer to 18 people. Some survivors have chosen to remain private, and others were misreported in the media. In some cases, people who were thought to have survived actually unfortunately passed away. The 9/11 Commission reports say that there was 14 survivors in the South Tower at or above the impact zone, but again, this number is extremely difficult to verify. These 4 survivors from the South Tower prove that even in the darkest of moments, humanity can still rise above fear.
Map of Chicago that nobody wants to talk about. It doesn't show train lines or bus routes. It shows a war.
The gang violence. And I want this shit real. Don't
He just started shooting at the man on the court.
A war that's been raging for decades across neighborhoods, parks, and even single blocks. Decades ago, Chicago's gangs are split into 2 massive alliances, the People Nation and the Folk Nation. But today, those 2 alliances have fractured into more than 100 different sets, each fighting for their own corner of the city. Using exclusive data from the Chicago Office of Public Safety, we've mapped all these different territories down to the exact streets where these invisible borders are drawn. From the most notorious gangs to the deadliest blocks, we've mapped it all. This is Chicago's gang war mapped. One of the more famous rivalries in Chicago's gang world is between the Black Disciples and the Gangster Disciples. Arguably their most contested blocks are in Chicago's South Side, centered around the Parkway Gardens neighborhood, or more famously known as O Block.
I guess one thing I was sure about is the O Block. Is it really bad?
It is. The block generally runs from 66th Street in the south to 63rd Street in the north, and then from South Calumet Ave in the west to South King Drive in the east. But much of this violence spills into the surrounding neighborhoods. O Block and Parkway Gardens once stood as a working-class neighborhood for many Black families who were migrating to the Midwest. It was even home to Michelle Obama when she was a child. By the 1990s, gang violence grew. The nearby Harold Ikes and Robert Taylor homes were demolished, scattering all the rest. But by the 1990s, gang violence grew. Many black families were migrating to the Midwest. It was even home to Michelle Obama when she was a child. But by the 1990s, gang violence grew. The nearby Harold Ikes and Robert Taylor homes were demolished, scattering all their residents and their gang affiliations into the surrounding neighborhoods. Much of the gangster disciples ended up moving above 63rd Street and also into the Woodlawns neighborhood. At the time, the Black Disciples already had a strong presence in the Parkways Garden neighborhood, which meant the Black Disciples and the gangster disciples were now living directly next to each other. It's said that the hard borders between the two groups run down 63rd Street and Vernon Avenue. A walk across either of these streets means that you're walking into enemy territory. At first, it was mostly just small shootings and fistfights, largely over online insults. But then things exploded in 2011 when a Black disciple named O.D. Perry was shot and killed on the 6400 block of South King Drive. O.D.'s death became a turning point, and the Black disciples named the block after him. O.D. Perry was very well known locally, and his death by gangster disciples meant a declaration of war.
We are getting reports of multiple people shot, dozens of people shot.
52 people have been shot.
61 people shot.
90 people shot.
100 people were shot across the city.
These were deliberate and planned shootings by one gang against another.
St. Lawrence Avenue from 61st to 63rd Streets were the gangster disciples' main staging area, while the Parkway Gardens neighborhood from 66th to 64th Streets were the Black disciples' main staging area. Many shootouts then took place on the intersection of 63rd Street and South King Drive. If the Black disciples were feeling risky, then they'd venture down 63rd Street, heading east. And if the gangster disciples were feeling risky, then they'd head down 63rd Street to the west.
Gang on 64th, 65th. Right. And on 63rd, over the counter to the left, they dirty and stuff. They be up there still up there. All types of petty stuff. So we don't go up there. Oh no, something right up there. So I had to make it known, like, is it so close? You know, 63rd.
Between 2009 and 2015, the 63rd Street corridor had the highest concentration of homicides in all of Chicago, where most of these deaths came from gunfights involving teenagers.
A 14-year-old boy was shot around midnight.
16-year-old was shot in the chest.
Wounded 6 people, including 3 teenage girls.
But O-Block isn't just a battleground. O-Block became an extremely well-known brand. Through rapid social media, its reputation traveled far beyond the south side of Chicago. Songs by local rappers like Chief Keef, Lil Durk, and King Von turned O-Block into a well-known hotspot of crime all across the country. But today, the most violent parts of Chicago aren't the ones that are the most viral online. The deadliest gang wars have moved, and some of them are far more shocking than what happened here. Your personal information is everywhere, from your name to your phone number to your email address, even to your family members' names. Data brokers are making money by selling that information to
Lobo is the craziest anti-hero in DC. You can't kill him, stop him, or even scare him. He's the last survivor of his race because he destroyed everyone else himself. Cosmic biker and ruthless bounty hunter, Lobo takes any job as long as the money's good. His strength rivals Superman. His regeneration matches Deadpool's. But unlike them, Lobo has no morals, no limits, and no shame. He drinks, smokes in space, and blows up planets just for fun. Fans call him the main bastard of DC, and Lobo wears that title with pride. Lobo is the craziest.
Slug. Bug. Rental slug. Now, go for the infamous ghost split side. Top off with some book. Last one. That is.
such a nice house so shit like now, and honestly, kind of gross me out. So somebody, when I opened my Bible, I saw that the next passage for me to read was about God and his daughters. So we're starting in Genesis 19. I'm ready for this minute. Joy of God.
For yourself. Sorry.
I think Godzilla the King was over the small T, the longest movie to ever be served on Minecraft. I was live streaming the entire construction process, and luckily the only person who stumbled upon the construction was just some random traveler passing by. It took me about 2 hours to finish building. I replaced 21,000 obsidian, plus another 5,000 blocks of hard obsidian. Well, this is nowhere near the biggest build I've done. So obsidian blocks will help to keep Godzilla in the best condition possible. My personal favorite part is Godzilla's tail obstructing some little derelict players on the way out small. 3 days later, I was already seeing signs of activity from other players. One person came by with a bunch of bones, brought the bones around Godzilla's feet to life, repopulated it, bossing it as inland trees. We started casting close by, but we saw it barely touches the end of Godzilla's tail. Time will tell Godzilla's ultimate fate on 2B2T, so subscribe if you
Maybe boy, they don't get babies. I the channel.
It's Mickey Mouse, but that's the okay, I can't get back there. So that, of course. To be made
To be made.